Hello and welcome back to Week in Review with the one and only Doovid. I'm your host, Jen, Church of Entropy. Happy to be here this Sunday, September 18th, 2022. Looking forward to the show, and thanks for being here with us this evening, Doovid. I'll hand it over to you for the introductions.
Yeah, great. Doovid here, Church of Entropy. Great to be back. We had a good week. Jennifer made some real progress in her writing. So we're going to look at a different essay that has somewhat of an attempt at her hero's journey, her narrative voice. And so we'll look at that. But let me share these links real quick. Interesting week. I streamed with Luke Ford a few times. There was that big expose in the New York Times about yeshiva education. So talked about that, and then me and Luke were talking about, I guess, general self-improvement, different topics. I thought this week was somewhat interesting. Charles Moskowitz came back, but we didn't stream this Thursday. He streamed with somebody else. I'll get to that. So let me do some of these links. So Esoterica did a big thing on Shabbatai Tzvi and the Klipot and redemption through sin. So I didn't get a chance to look at that one yet, but that should be interesting. One of the bigger, more interesting topics in Kabbalah, certainly Shabbatai Tzvi and, concept of redemption through sin. I think that was my first stream of Charles Moskowitz. We talked about that topic. Royal Institute, where did the universe come from? This actually had quite a bit about the periodic table. Here, I'm going to look at this more. I found the historical map of the cognitive sciences. So let me save this. Hopefully we'll look at this a little more closely. Peter Thiel, Yoram Hazony, the Israeli-American conservative, had his National Conservatism Conference and included Peter Thiel speaking about technocracy and the tech curse, and it's the situation with big tech, big companies, and governance. So God forbid, Charles Moskowitz took up Jim Rizzoli talking to him, the historical revisionist. God forbid, it got a little unfriendly, and it will get even more unfriendly. So Diana Ploss, a revisionist who's actually running for governor of Massachusetts, that's buddies with Rizzoli, one of the biggest outspoken revisionists in the English language, even. God forbid.
I don't really want to have this kind of stuff shared on my channel, to be honest. I just feel like it's unnecessary heat for nothing. Like, it's fine, whatever, but it's heat for nothing. It's not a topic I care to discuss. So I don't even know if I want the link in the chat, to be honest.
Okay, so people could search that, and we'll see. Hopefully, maybe Thursday, probably we'll talk about it with Charles. So this was interesting, this channel, Real Life Lore. He was talking about empty land and like the Sahara Desert that has certain parallel where above it is almost all void of people, largely due to the desert. So in America, it was known from early explorers, what used to be the 100th meridian line in the middle of America till the west coast is pretty barren. Population-wise, it's only like 20% of the U.S. population, and of that population, the majority is in just a handful of cities, and it's because it hardly gets any rain. And generally, because the Rocky Mountains blocks the rain from the Pacific, and it's the point where there's not much rain coming from the East Coast, and they've noted that what used to be the 100th meridian 100 years ago, God forbid, is now the 98th meridian. That drought and climate change has spread the amount of the inhabitable zone in Northern America, God forbid, also in Canada.
So it's basically the aquifers are being drained. That's what it looks like.
Well, that also. So they also talked about the aquifers and the water. The Colorado River, God forbid, is almost drying out. They've put extreme restrictions on water usage. But this is just referring.
It shouldn't surprise anybody. I mean, they've been draining the Great Lakes for how long? It's not like they exist in isolation. That's water supporting a table all around it. If you start draining that, yeah, everything's gonna be gone real quick.
Well, I mean, thank God, man. I'm in Michigan. The Great Lakes are still doing pretty good. So we're talking about.
They're not going to last if they're not protected, frankly.
Well, they have other issues than pollution and other issues. I mean,
a lot of their tributaries are just wrecked by invasive. They look like little clams, but they have a different name. I have to think about it, but they basically, yeah, they're called algae eaters.
Yeah, but I mean, there is an aquifer, underground water supply that supplies the majority of the region, like Arizona and New Mexico, and that is depleting the Colorado River. The main source is being overdrained, but the point of this is not related to the aquifer necessarily, probably due to global warming.
So the fact that there's no more water in the ground is not because the aquifer is drained, it's because of global warming? Seems a little strange.
No, I mean, there's a whole bunch of problems, and the aquifer in the Colorado River being drained are issues, but I'm saying that in the dry zone moving east from the 100th meridian to the 98th meridian is most likely caused due to rising temperatures, not the draining of the aquifer or the Colorado River. That those are also serious problems, but not the cause of the dry zone switching from the 100th parallel to the 98th parallel. Is most likely global warming. So people watch that video if they want. I went to the vet.
Most likely.
Yeah, and so the whole series of problems.
It's not irrigation that's draining water for farming. Don't think that might be more likely?
Well, they're doing that. That's also a problem. But why the dry zone is expanding, they don't think that's the cause of it. So it's a problem, but that's not why the dry zone is expanding. That's likely due to increased temperatures. So I went to the battery show this week. I streamed 3 times, and twice I went on Tuesday and Thursday. I got a whole bunch of reading material, so I went around and did some rambles on my channel about battery technology. It was packed. The first day, Tuesday, I waited in line for like 40 minutes, just to register. It was completely packed. The auto shows in Detroit this week. President Biden came, but I didn't go to that. That's just showing the latest cars, but it's not really a tech show. It's just more a auto show trying to sell cars, and they don't have like special automotive engineering. But the battery show, really big conference, and I discussed a few things on the channel why batteries are likely so many people going to this. One is there's a lot of subsidies. People are investing. The change in technology, the move to electric vehicles. I mentioned the phase-in North America or globally. They want to completely phase out gasoline by 2050. President Biden, I think just last week, signed the Inflation Reduction Act, that included a bunch of more subsidies and funding for electric vehicles.
It escalated to price controls pretty quick, didn't it?
No, there's no price controls yet. So the Inflation Reduction Act didn't include price controls, and they, for electric vehicles, they have subsidies for rebates if you buy an electric vehicle, and government investment in research. I don't think there's any price controls going on yet, at least in the U.S. and Europe. They're trying to implement price caps on Russian natural gas. But I just mentioned the battery show was packed, and there's not that many jobs in it. So I think the conference actually sold out. So I didn't go to the conference. You had to pay for like $500, but the conference was sold out, and the expo was packed on Thursday. It was crowded. I mean, Tuesday it was crowded the last day on Thursday, but not packed. And probably just a lot of people interested in batteries, although Jennifer actually removed the line in her essay about, and we'll get to that later, about prestige of science in the West. And honestly, I don't think science is held in that much prestige in the West. Maybe
what's held in higher prestige then?
Money and success.
Money and success.
Fame and power.
Fame, money, and success. Okay, so
and even like
those do not confer authority.
Well, I was saying that maybe people in the East hold the West.
Maybe visibility, maybe, yes, but not authority. But sure, I grant, good point.
I don't think science bestows any authority. Dr. Fauci, for a brief period of time, and his authority waned. That was rather temporary. And even if you think like Bill Gates or something, it's more his wealth and prestige than his scientific knowledge. And generally, wealth and prestige is seen as the establishment of authority on science, that you're more likely to trust a person with wealth and prestige in the business field, maybe like Elon Musk, than an academic. But so people look into batteries for a livelihood. They want to make money. They want to stay with the market trends. So the actual people that want to understand the technology and the science and the researchers are more rare. And even though those people are more likely to try to capitalize on their knowledge in the business world. So if you go to these conferences like that, they say that very rarely do you have a keynote speaker from an academic or a scientist, sometimes from a chief technological officer at a company. But if they're chief technological officer at a company, it's already more commercialized, and even the chief technological officers are secondary to the chief financial officer or the chief executive officer. But batteries are important. A lot of people were there, even though there's not much job or employment opportunity in batteries. But it's an important thing to know moving forward that will probably help you in the business field to know about batteries. Although, to actually get a job in the battery field is probably quite difficult. Here was one of these companies, Korean company SFA, that actually does $1 trillion of business a year. It's like partially caught up with the Korean government. And they have all these new factories that have really been just built in the last decade. The company is like less than 30 years old and already one of the biggest companies in the world. And NEO is a new brand identity for AI smart factory business of the world's leading comprehensive equipment company, SFA. The independently developed AI smart factory solution and systems are optimized for future manufacturing industry. NEO is a system equipped with various solutions that respond beyond Industry 4.0 with AI smart manufacturing equipment systems through convergence of AI and manufacture equipment and systems. So basically, Industry 4.0 is the Internet of Things, where sensors with are embedded in everything and send signals to computers that collect the data of the sensors. So Industry 4.0 is pretty common, um, but this Korean conglomerate, one of the biggest in the world, dominating certain fields of technology. The battery show, ironically, was mostly Korean. There were hardly any Chinese people there. Um, I think due to travel restrictions in China related to COVID-19 and possibly diplomatic fallout regarding Russian sanctions for the conflict in Ukraine. Uh, so, previous years of the battery show before COVID-19, it was majority Chinese. I'm saying Chinese was the majority of the international component, and there were hundreds of engineers from China, and like 15% of the companies were Chinese. I didn't see any Chinese companies there. However, there was a lot of Korean companies, and Korean companies have a lot of times have Chinese partners, and sometimes are higher tech than the Chinese company. Chinese companies vary in tech from low tech assembly to very high tech, and there's people think cheaper wages or products, but actually China has superior technology in many fields to the U.S. And batteries. I think like lithium, the majority of the lithium supplies come from Chinese-controlled mines in Afghanistan. But back to this AI factories. So Industry 4.0 is Internet of Things, where everything imaginable has a sensor that has data that feeds into computers. And so this Korean technology company, like I mentioned with like robotic arms, has machine learning algorithms on all of the data. So not only are they simultaneously sensing and collecting any imaginable data that the factory could input, they have machine learning algorithms on all of them that will feed back into the system and make it more efficient. So, so this $1 trillion worth of sales a year, uh, one of the biggest companies in the world, SFA, and it's only a few decades old because South Korea was able to combination, government, socialist, capitalist system, um, build these new factories, and therefore they dominate the market in many fields. So that was interesting. Um, I was feeling good. I signed up, in my email. I have some conferences coming in the next month. The heating, ventilation, and air conditioning conference, um, the energy conversion conference, and the Association for Preservation Technology International Conference coming up in the next few months. So, trying to move forward. Uh, as I said, there's not really much prestige in science. It's generally, if you have the knowledge, you try to make money off of it
I
here in
just find
America.
it, I mean, it's mind boggling you could say that given how much modern philosophy appeals to the results of physical science, but agree to
Um,
disagree, I guess. I mean, can you see why I made the call? Or you're saying just you're total dumbass, you're going to be the dumbass from the county who can't figure out the city forever?
yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, there are some people who hold science in prestige,
Uh,
but generally in the West, science is not held in much prestige. And if there's a pecking order to scientists, it's the one that could turn it into money. And so, like, if you said that in the East, one of the biggest aspects of the West they hold in prestige is science, that may be so. But in terms of scientists, um, the scientists held in the most prestige are usually the business people. even like the Nobel Prize or various things, um, research people, and I mean, sciences are generally not. I don't know why you think that science.
The
Where you look
scientific method, math, logic,
where are you
computers,
looking where are you
technology.
looking. Maybe you hold that in prestige, but like where are you looking that that's held in prestige? Where
This
do you
is what
think?
I was thinking. I was thinking, where do I have to come from to get it to be very hard to disagree? Something coming out of physics, who's disagreeing on that? Something coming out of psychology, well, a
Well,
lot more room
no
to
one really.
disagree.
I mean,
Something coming out of art, I mean, that's, I don't want to say it's subjective, like it's a bad thing, but
what you're just speaking for yourself. So just empirically, if you look at like Congress politician, the majority are lawyers. A handful have a background in medicine. Almost none have a background in science. Netanyahu is one of the rare people that has a degree in architecture. In the East, it might be more likely that someone would rise to a position of power from science. But like generally in America and the West in general, there is no path to power from science. So even if you look at the parliaments and Congress, political leadership, there's no path from science
I
to.
wasn't seeking power. I was seeking to change minds for the ahimsa thing. So the
I
powers
mean,
were
even in terms of like
more
public
of a means to an end of
personalities,
that than an
believable
actual
public
end in itself.
personalities, there's not really that many or any prominent science like Dr. Fauci, and that he's more political power that in terms of science, but it was more political because he was head of a government organization with the power to affect law. Um, and if you think of like the physicist Neil deGrasse Tyson, Dr. Nye, the science guy, none of those are big names. None of those people command an audience of even millions of viewers. There is no scientist in the West that has the ear of even a small fraction of the masses. And even in universities, that it's you have a board of regents, a power structure. Very rarely do scientists rise to you have prestige or power. Uh,
So
and the ones
let's
that
take,
do,
can we take power out of it though? Because I didn't want to talk about power. It's not really about that. It's about authority. But
but
that
even
concept's not
authority,
even something that people necessarily acknowledge.
well,
Uh,
I didn't put authority related to power, but I don't see scientists having any authority in the West. I can't think of a single example of a scientist besides Dr. Fauci.
what about
And
medical science? Does that have any
um,
authority?
not really. I mean, you see doctors, people get second opinions, and it's also largely about cost. And there's not really public authorities. You have like Nobel prizes that people win. Maybe the New York Times publishes an article, they get a prize, but very rarely uh, do people even know about those. And your doctor, if he has prestige, it's probably not for their knowledge of science. And I'm not sure like a great surgeon or something like that is necessarily because they're a great scientist. So I basically completely reject your point
Okay.
that there's some form of prestige in the West of science. It's the opposite. The problem is
Let's hear the credible dissent to the physics doctrines then.
that their science is not held in prestige in the West. There's excellence in, and that's where you have like your Greek versus your Roman, where the Greek were theoreticians and your Romans were, the Greeks were scientists and the Romans were engineers. And America's more engineering, and science is generally held with a utilitarian view that it has to actually produce something and then it's rewarded uh, monetarily. And so the working assumption, like money is karma, that money will be the judge of how well you actually know science. But we don't have to argue on that. I mean, you even took that line out of your paper, but I would just say that from the battery show, from going to these conventions, I never see scientists held in high regard or esteem. Never. So you might personally, but
Not scientists, the institution of science.
even science, the institution, I never see science held in high regard. I can't think of a single instance.
I can't think of a single institution with a more credibility than science. But you want to go ahead and proffer one? Be my guest.
Well, no one's. I mean, say like no institution really has
So there's
high
no such thing as
credibility.
any authority at all.
Well, I mean, if you
Odd.
mean like, okay, America's became very high distrust, but it's like in Israel, um, like the military, like that there's um, esteem. Over 80% of the population holds the military in high esteem. Um, the Constitution might be held in high esteem, and I would say no. I mean, generally in America, there's a distrust of science, largely related to evolution, where the majority and elitism, that the only institutes that really care about science are the universities, and universities are liberal. And I mean, I've looked at these polling, and so I mean, generally there's a distrust of science, and it's not held in high esteem.
I put a poll there in the chat about just.
Well, maybe on your channel, I would say if you get like 2 votes.
No, I just think on this one you're just way off, and it's odd to me because you've often called things science that I didn't consider science, and I presume that's on the basis of
You're saying something different.
authority
I
or
mean, you're
credibility.
saying you're telling people you're giving an opinion of what other people think. And so
That
I'm
is
saying like,
correct.
and so I say like, well, you're not even here in America. I go to engineering conferences all the time, um, involved in politics, and just saying that no, I never see science held in high prestige. So where you're thinking that like in the West science is held in high prestige, I don't see it. So I mean, if you're saying what you think yourself, and I could look up a Pew survey or something on that, and I'm pretty sure the numbers are pretty low. Although might be higher than certain fields, but uh, I think you're just way off on that because you're making an assessment about the
Because I
opinions
just
of
asked you
others.
for an example of a domain that had more authority, and I don't remember what you said though. So you can't think of a counter example that has more authority. I'm not saying it has irreproachable authority. I'm saying that'd be the highest authority that I could conceive of. Plus, there's a necessity for structure.
Well, the military, but no, I'm saying America. I don't think anything.
What about the military exactly? Because you talk about the comment in the chat. Yeah, because I'm guessing the chat are largely going to disagree with what you're saying here. It's up to 83% agreeing with me.
Well, yeah, I mean, you have a target audience, but no, I don't see it. So we don't have to keep on arguing about it. But like I said, um, I never experienced science being held in high prestige. Even the University of Michigan, the engineering school, uh, is not held in high prestige.
Maybe we don't consider the same, like maybe we're not defining science the same way. Like maybe our personal definitions of the word science are just so disparate that we're having a miscommunication here. And that's what it kind of might be. Because when I'm thinking science, I'm thinking the method and the results of that method that are valid.
Yeah, I'm not even sure that most people really know the method that well, let alone hold it in prestige. And even no, I think you're just completely off. That if you're giving some sort of estimation of how the masses think. But,
Okay, well, you're entitled to your opinion, but I would consider maybe getting some evidence and considering like, that to be like, I don't see how you can have
I just
this
gave you
little
evidence.
nuance.
I went to a conference that had thousands of engineers there, and none of them are held in high prestige. There's not a single like Doovid is the only person like streaming this stuff. There's no news articles. Uh, Politicians don't come, and the only thing that people care about is the business end and making money off of it. like, Doovid is a member of organizations with thousands of engineers, and we are never held in high prestige.
Yeah, I
There's never
said science as a
there
method,
is never
not as people, as a method. Institution versus the people. So I'm just talking about the institution as an idea, not the actual
even if you
instantiations
say
of
like
that
Joe
idea.
Biden claims that like he follows science. So if you say like Kamala Harris, like she follows science.
Yeah,
Um,
an appeal to the authority of science, right? Because it's has such high authority, and to speak from a position of science confers that
that's not what
authority.
they mean. They're saying they mean they listen to Dr. Fauci and who they have in their science is even questionable. Like, so even in politics, that the only case where science, and that's like global warming, because the political issue of global warming and generally people who accept global warming is because they follow science. If you want to say, because people believe in global warming because they hold science in high prestige, and people reject global warming because they don't hold science in high prestige. And I don't think that's accurate. And that's really the only issue where COVID-19, you saw an appeal to trust in science and global warming. But besides that, there's almost never a public appeal to science.
Public appeals aren't what I'm talking about. I'm talking about personal beliefs.
Yeah, I'm saying that I don't know anyone that holds science in high esteem. I mean, God forbid, it's unfortunate.
You're saying they should, but you don't see the evidence that that's the case, and that it's
Well,
unfortunate. If you're that's what you're saying, I agree with you. Like my plan probably won't have 100%. Well, definitely won't have 100% success.
well, no, I, mean, I don't think you'll have any success in that. That you would say that people don't generally hold intellectual things in high prestige. If it's like wealth and fame, um, even sinful activity, uh, in high prestige, to some extent, people hold in high prestige charity and doing good deeds. But I wouldn't even put science in the top five, maybe not even the top 10. And there's probably polling on it. Okay, so I listened to this course this week in Creativity in Your Brain, new course from the teaching company. It was pretty interesting. Um, some of it had thoughts on expertise in the brain. So I think there was one quote in there I shared with Jennifer: amateurs practice till they get it right, professionals practice till they can't get it wrong. So there was some talk about the path to mastery and the flow experience. So if anyone's a teaching company person, check out that course. I shared these last week. I didn't share the actual videos. Justin Riddle made 2 videos on he I think a professor at UC Berkeley in consciousness, or and so quantum soul, what about you survives for a lifetime, and then quantum teleportation, a possible mechanism for life after death. So issues Jennifer talks about quite a bit, and Justin Riddle is a regular participant in the Science of Consciousness conference. I think he's done research with Professor Hameroff. Jennifer just shared this with me. I didn't get a chance to watch it yet. Mind Chat had been out for a while, so I hadn't checked their channel. So it looks like they did a video with Noam Chomsky on consciousness. Did you watch that already?
Yep. I wasn't going to send it until I saw the thing in the end about dualism, and I thought you might find that an interesting anecdote.
So here's a latest Pew survey on decline of religion in America, where according to the trend in 50 years, less than 50% of America will be Christian. A large increase of nothing of the people who don't subscribe to any religion, um, or and then data about switching. So Adam Green had a debate against a Christian, and in Europe, Christianity has been on decline for a while. America is one of the most religious countries in the world. 80% of the people are Christian, although that has decreased, possibly down into the 60% already from decades at 80%. And among younger people, the amount of people leaving religion is higher, although there's usually a trend that people are more likely to believe in religion as they get older. It's a random urban planning video about cities and states on the decline. God forbid, structural problems in various cities. T-Jump had another rabbi talking about Pascal's wager, and it was mediocre. And this rabbi kind of put it like, to him, it's Judaism or atheism. And he put like a social type thing because I guess you could kind of socially, especially in Israel, move from Judaism to atheism and still keep your social connections, as where if you convert to Christianity, you would probably be ostracized. Maybe Hinduism, like possibly Hinduism is much more popular, and people are more likely to convert to Hinduism than Islam or Christianity in Israel. But he was a little talk on Pascal's wager, and I guess it was minimally interesting. But just thought T-Jump had another rabbi on. MIT, a new course on risk and decision analysis. Not sure if it's mostly statistics. So I'm going to check that out. And I saw this in a video. I forget which video I was watching. And it had this history of cognitive science map. And so here you have behavioralism from like the 30s to the 50s, cognitivism from the 40s till today, symbolic logic starting in the 50s, fading in the 80s, and connectionism of the modern era, whereas inactive, embodied, embedded, and extended. And it's a lot of interesting things of the past that I've mentioned in a lot of these. Localization of specific functions, evolution, neuron is a basic function, nerves is electric wires, going back before psychology, like Helmholtz and Wundt, functionalism, Teichner, James Dewey, control theory, Markov chains, all things I've mentioned in my essay, talked about Freud, psychoanalysis, and here the very beginning of cognitive sciences, starting like the 30s, looking at Hilbert and Kurt Gödel on some of the logical basis, Turing, and then so here cognitive science in the cognitive revolution, where you have Chomsky, Miller, Newell, and Herbert Simons. I've talked this about many times. The Turing class, Claude Shannon, and information theory, cybernetics, and a whole bunch of interesting things leading up to the modern era, game theory, human problem solving, physical symbol system, to here, Carl Friston, free energy principle, predictive coding. So Dennett, Jerry Fodor, modular mind. So I've talked about probably half of the things on this chart. So hopefully this week I'll finally get to working more on my self essay. So let me do a chant.
Yeah, did you get anywhere with that this week? Or I guess we can talk about it after the chant.
No, I didn't do anything on it, and you really no one's even mentioned it. No one's mentioned any of my essays. No one's reached out. No one's asked when I'm writing another one. I'm still getting a handful of views on the chess server, but pretty low interest. So it's a lot of work. So I've just been doing other things. The battery show, helping my parents out with some stuff. So we'll see. I still have it on my desk. I'm still reading and researching and helping Jennifer with her writing. So hopefully we're gonna I'll get moving on it. But said no real positive feedback, and if it gets like Jennifer kind of gets to the point of just kind of like nagging because
I'm nagging you or you're nagging me?
well probably both, which is somewhat a good thing because you want to push for results and progress, but nagging generally is annoying. But I said like no, unfortunately I haven't had any positive feedback. Like not a single person in the last few weeks has messaged me about my essays or like asked when I'm gonna put out a new article or something like that. So we'll see. Okay, so the Jewish New Year's is next week already. I think it's next week Monday, so we should be able to stream next Sunday night. Actually, let me check that real quick.
Hello, audience. Thank you for tuning into the show. Been really enjoying the direction things have been taking with working on my essay and actually feeling like I'm getting better at writing a little bit. It's very nice. Always nice to have some evidence of improvement.
So the Jewish New Year is actually next Sunday night, so we won't stream next week. So this next week we'll take a week off. So check the calendar now. And so there's special prayers for leading into the high holidays. I think I sang this a few years ago. So I've been doing Rosh Hashanah, El, Jewish calendar New Year's songs. So this song is called Machnise Rachamim, Enter Mercy. And it's said in the daily prayer services the week before the new year. And you can see a musical accompaniment of it. So this was controversial among Jewish theologians because it's a prayer to the angels and a question of like dualism. How does God run the world? Um, are there facilitations? Are there angels that facilitate human interaction with God? Can you or should you directly try to communicate with those angels? So this song is in most prayer books, although there was historical controversy regarding this prayer. And so the words, it's kind of poetic. Machnise, like a word for uh, cause to enter, uh, mercy. And then the line repeats, Machnise Rak And then Hashmiot Sakusenu, hear our cries. And Haknise Dimosenu, another similar word for cries. And the language is kind of interesting verbiage where it's like cause the quality, the attribute of mercy to be entered um, before the master of the attribute. So I said this was controversial because, like, are you praying to God? Are you praying to the attribute? Or are you praying to the angels? That it's like Jennifer's writing, where it's a subjectless verb, so it doesn't actually say angels, but the angels is the implied subject. So it's like caused to enter mercy, and angels is the implied subject of what's being prayed to, and uh, and then the high part, uh, hishtadlu v'harbe techinu uvakosho, and try a lot of mercy and bequests lifnei melech el ram venisu, before the king, the most high's throne. So pretty esoteric, these words. This is a popular tune, popular song. It's a three-part song, and kind of like a hero's journey without resolution, because it's a bequest to God to help us, and we're kind of left in limbo. And so the first part with the repeat Maknise, cause to enter mercy, cause to enter prayer, uh, crying, and then the part of uh, trying these supplications before the great throne of the Most High God. And then the third part is melodic, probably implying that we don't really know. We're left in limbo. We just hope God will answer our prayers. We don't actually can't be certain that God will answer our prayers. Pardon me. Magni se rachamim, Agni se rachamini, Lifnei bal rachamim, Mashmiya tefillah, Hashmiya tefillah seinu. Lifnei shoymea tefillah, Mashmi etzaoka, Hashmi etzakuseinu. Lifnei shoymea tzoka, Magni Seidima, Hakni Seidimosenu, Lifnei Melech Mitzratze Bedimos, Oyoy Hishtadli Viarbet Hinu. We have a trinu ivakubushu. Lifnei melech el ram venisu. Melech el ram venisu. Hishtadli v'yabetrinu. V'yabetrinu v'vakushu. Lifnei melech el ram v'nisu. Melech el ram v'nisu. Ya ma 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 ya ya ya. Yeah, ma, 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 ma. Did I nine 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 nine? Ay 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 ay. Yeah, ma 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 ya ya ya. Yo ya 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 ya. Did I? Yeah, 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 yeah. Ay, yeah, 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 mom. Ay, yeah, 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 yeah. So I put a link in the chat. So that would usually be a song that is sung together with the whole congregation and moving and even tear jerking to some level. See people scared of judgment before God, and not certain. Like I'm praying, I'm trying my hardest. I'm praying to God for mercy, and I'm so worried. Even I'm crying and I'm praying that I have to beseech the angels to throw in a good word with God for me because I'm so lowly that God may not accept my prayer, that I have to ask the angels for a little bit of help. So, with that, welcome to Week in Review. And, God should have mercy on us and hear our prayers. And the angels of mercy should help us by bringing our prayers up to the heavens. And we'll see in Jennifer's essay, even she talks about her prayers related to her essay this week. So looking forward to getting to that. So I'll hand it over to Jennifer for her week in review, and then maybe we'll look at her essay, and maybe we'll even call it short this week because there's some other content I wanted to catch up on.
All right. I've got my essay there.
You don't have anything to review this week?
Well, I'm just screen sharing the. Let's see here. I gotta just screen share the link because for whatever reason it decided to drop it. I appreciate the encouragement in the chat. YouTube is just sort of kind of limited in terms of what I can do. And I've said this before, and I'm sorry to keep repeating myself. And I would be happy to do more stuff on the channel. Like, I'd be down to stream every day. If there was actually a need, I don't want to say a need for it, but if there was some way to set that up that it would actually be worth keeping the content on the channel. Because I've had people on the channel before, and it's either people just trying to shit post garbage, or the quality of the dialogue is not there. There needs to be some degree of organization. It doesn't have to be a perfect narrated play-by-play, but it does help to have a degree of a plan beforehand. And to me, the value proposition is not there to do something alone because I just don't know where to start.
Related to your false assumption that science is held in high prestige, that you can't even find someone to talk with you on your channel.
Um,
I mean, if science was held in such high prestige, why the hell can't you find a single person that you could stream with about the topic that you don't have to take it down afterwards? That doesn't turn into a crap.
I hardly think the streams are getting taken down for reasons of science, but anyway, I'm appealing to science the method, not science the institution. So people who can see the difference, those are the ones I want to convince.
Yeah, I'm just making the point that, God forbid, you've been doing this for years and you can't find anyone other than me narrative voice thing, and this is like the first thing that she's written that actually starts to help her create a narrative voice, and that may actually help her being able to find um, people to stream with and talk about, just saying that would be more relatable or understanding.
It's hard because they're used to engaging in a certain way, and I'm not used to engaging that way. And I have all this baggage from having to tell people things that I knew in advance they didn't want to hear. But I had to tell them because I could foresee something problematic 20, 30, 40 steps down the line that they just don't have access to that level of foresight. So it's like,
Okay, but so why don't you, if you got your computer ready, why don't you share your week in review, the things you thought noteworthy to share this week?
okay, so for some reason I'm having trouble. Always have that same issue here. Screen sharing.
Got to make an investment into your technology. If you do want to stream more, you got to make an investment into your technology.
So I've been participating in some of these Buddhist talks. And it's very interesting to see how people reason consequent to the logic that they use. So there's a lot of people that use those ideas to come to conclusions that violate tenets of Hinduism, which is never a good sign because it's not exactly the same Buddhism and Hinduism, but probably shouldn't be any contradictions. So the four basic principles there of righteousness, prosperity, pleasure, and self-actualization. If someone's abusing logic to make you conclude that one of those things you're not entitled to, I wouldn't trust them. And I'm just saying that. I see that a lot. That's not the only thing, but I always thought it's good to just get the bad stuff out of the way first. But other than that, I really enjoy having convos with people.
Was it on Discord?
Religion, yeah, Buddhism group in particular.
You joined a Buddhist Discord server?
Yeah. There's semi-regular talks. I really enjoy it. So I gave an example of a story about a guy that I met here who his dad joined a monastery. Kind of left him in a bit of a bad way. And I was just thinking, like, is that actually good karma? Is there some duty to one's family, or sort of going into those themes? And we actually got to talk about those themes, as well as I was able to make a distinction between the Socratic method of dialogue, which is super combative, and the traditional method of dialogue, which is there's obviously room for disagreement, but it's more constructive. So there's time spent disagreeing, and then an agreement, or like more than often than not, it's a professional agreement. But anyway, that's been fun, and I hope to continue my regular, I don't want to say they're talks, because they're just participating in talks. So if other people are talking more, and I don't mind just not talking. And if there's a sort of lull in things, I don't mind jumping in. Because sometimes it's really unclear how concepts connect, but they all do tend to connect. And here we go again with, there we go. Here's something that I saw that I hadn't seen before. I don't know how I found this, but probably got irritated by hearing the straw man yet again about panpsychism being something to do with electrons thinking, or having more, more taking issue with the idea that electrons have feelings. So that's a bit of a straw man. And then I was reading all the comments. It's an older article, but the comments just go on and on and on. And I haven't even got through all of them yet, but it's pretty interesting to see the back and forth. 730 comments. There you go. So I read that. Hey, Paul, nice to see you. How have you been? Yeah, it is Sabine Hassenfelder's blog there. So people can look that up. We've also got this predictive programming. Is it this? No, sorry, predictive processing. I can throw that in the chat here. I've got comments on this. Like, it's really hard. Someone's gonna have to draw a line from science to this Bayesian statistics thing, because it's really not clear how that works. I know there's a lot of literature on it, but how does that work? Because it just sounds like emotional guesswork to me. And if that's supposed to be a good thing, I'm going to say that's a bad thing. And that's not science. It's a guess. And it only becomes science when you can actually verify it. So another issue I see with it is that they're saying that what we're doing is a model. We're modeling the future. Then why don't we if that's what we're doing, we fucking suck at it. We suck horribly at it. So we are really, like, it just seems, here's the thing, if we're so evolved, how come we suck so much at the thing we're evolved to do? Conclusion, that's not what we're evolved to do. And I would sort of consider reframing it as a student learning stories. That fundamentally, there's a learner, so there's a learner mentality of, like, desire to discover newness, and also contextualize past events. So tell stories, put things together in a way that is more coherent and enables the failing to predictively process the future. What are we succeeding at? And then maybe if we had to have so much work go to waste because of an assumption that's so easily corrected. I had a combo with some people with the aliens this week as well, and there was somebody in that group who was sad. Hang on. Is the audio okay now? Because it looks like it's coming down through on my end. I was rather sad that somebody in the Hegelian group could not understand math. And so I thought, like, just to remind people that I don't think you have to actually learn math to be able to do the physics in my system. Just have to learn the logic of math and quadrature, the parallel lines thing, the Pythagorean theorem. Those are important concepts. Why? They're not important in themselves. They're important because we use them, we associate them with a measure of distance, mathematical, physical. So the bridge between those two things not well understood. Quadrature is an important concept because it's been around for a while, but as you can see in the definition, it's not very specifically defined. So people can check that out if they're interested. I think I might have shared this last week, so I'm sorry if I'm repeating myself, but this is super important. The connection between entropy and information. And I've been saying this for a while, and I'm glad someone else has finally done the legwork for me, because there's an intimate connection between the structure of something and what it does. And it's hard to put it into a formalism. They've tried, it kind of comes out in the form of, like, emptiness is form, form is emptiness. So something rather abstract to the point of almost seeming vacuous. And it's not to say that math isn't comprised of vacuous tautologies, but there's something to be said for familiarity, repetition in a slightly different form. Math is, as far as secular concepts go, pretty darn virtuous because it teaches so many things that are really helpful in a bunch of domains that aren't mathematics. So transferable skills. Another concept I've been looking into a lot is reductio. Another important thing where logic kind of goes into from formal to informal is that reductio ad absurdum has a correspondence in an informal setting, which is like ridicule and basically any enforcement for political correctness. And then you also have this concept in math that comes back to like, what does it mean to establish the theory proves something? Also generated some, I don't know if I showed these last week or not, but here we go. Okay, so you're saying there's no audio. Doovid, can you check if, because on my end it says that there's audio.
I hear you fine.
And on OBS it says that there's audio. And then it says no audio. So I don't want to have to ban people in the chat for lying about audio, but stop. Yeah, so anyway, quantum mechanical periodic table is a very good way to start visualizing superposition, because you can get from the QMPT through a series of superpositions that are not infinite. You can get from the QMPT to a very reasonable facsimile of the hyperbolic figure eight knot complement. And so that means like that they're informationally indistinguishable in some sense, at least in a very vague topological sense. And so anyway, everybody here has probably heard this a million times. I just generated some new images that show a bit of a standing wave. And so a standing wave and a superposition, that's the same thing. The idea that there's this geometry, this intrinsic geometry that is eventually going to be a shape, but it's not a shape yet. But it's holding all the possible information that could that's going to go into making a shape. And a common example I always harken back to is when you rotate the QMPT so that the green line is all lined up in a point, you get a hexagonal shape. And then by compressing that down into a plane, you get a something like a snowflake or a honeybee shape, but basically this six-sided shape inscribed within equilateral, or not equilateral. I'm explaining this terribly, but it's because I'm looking something up in the meantime to try to actually make my point. All right. Luckily, I found it. I'm just gonna throw that here. There's been a request in the chat for the Maracas model. I can probably get to that later. I just cleaned up though, so I am not sure if I'm going to be able to find my Maracases, as it were. All right, so there's the result of rotating the QMPT to obtain a hexagon shape. Here's the GIF for it. Oops, that's the wrong one. That's very nice, but that is actually not, that was not what I was hoping it would be. So my bad. I'll pull it up in a second when we go back to the discussion. But anyway, hypothetical, sort of a super geometry. Because to be a geometry, it has to be connected. So the QMPT is not really quite connected. But you can forge connections by fixing various axes. So by fixing one axis and then performing a rotation so that the axis doesn't look like an axis anymore, it looks like a point, it can generate this thing that from this thing I can then generate this six-sided shape. Here's another one. I made a diagram of the realism. This is subject to updates, by the way. Realism versus non-realism on the y-axis, and intuitive versus abstract on the x-axis. I'm basically saying, like, I'm defining abstract as the opposite of intuitive. So don't overthink it too much, and just saying, like, abstract. It's possible to have an intuition for abstract things. Like, people who love math, you could say, well, they're in that category. But I'm just saying, like, okay, they aren't exactly opposites, but let's just say for the sake of this combo that they are. And I've got a bunch of different primitives, and I want to keep coming back to this concept that everybody uses primitives. So something's either primitive or derivative, and nothing is absolutely primitive because we have a very complicated sensory apparatus. So there's a minimum degree of complexity that something needs to have for us to recognize it. And within the concepts we do recognize, some of them are minimally complex, maximally complex, and then there's ways to branch into the concepts through words. And yeah, I'm having a bit of trouble with my the zooming in and out function here. I'm really testing the limits of this piece of shit. And so anyway, got a bit of zoom in here. I have different categories. I've gone through it, so you don't have to, but feel free to go through it yourself and see whether you agree or disagree about these concepts being primitive. And that basically means that you can try to define the concept without invoking it, but you're going to be indirectly referencing it if you do that. So my example is usually like, what's the definition of consciousness? Well, consciousness is awareness. Okay, well, what's awareness? Well, awareness is, oh, well, it turns out I'm right back to consciousness again, for example. So we got math, computation, mental. I've been over the mental one a bunch of times. I understand that the non-dualism stuff is super not obvious, but that's fine. We've got plenty of time to go over it as many times as it takes. I see there's some questions in the chat. I can't speak about a 1,000 petal chakra. It's just not what I am educated in. So I can give you an video's gone. I'm not really sure. Let's see here. Okay, are we back? Yeah. Thanks for letting me know. Thanks for letting me know, everyone. I guess I need to, like, maybe when I just change between the scenes, I can just put an absolutely black screen, and that way there's less chances that everything will freeze up. All right. Sorry about that. And that's about it. And we can go to my essay if you want. We don't have to, though. If you don't think there's any point of discussing it on the show, we don't have to. We had a productive time talking about it this week, and I appreciated that help a lot. And I think it was really useful. See, it helped me move forward for sure.
Yeah, we spent a full 2 hours editing it. So the other essay, I guess, postponed working on because it's kind of long, and so there's a lot of essay writing. So I would have kept on working on it with Jennifer, but she came out with a shorter essay that includes some parts of it. So it's under 1,000 words. So if you want, I'll just read it.
Thank you so much. That would be wonderful.
Introduction to Non-Dualist Panpsychism. The goal of my writing is to increase acceptance of the Ahimsa principle Himsa in Sanskrit translates as violence, slaying, killing, hurt, and harmful act. Ahimsa is the dharmic principle negating the desire for himsa. Obstacles such as lack of awareness of reincarnation impede the self evident understanding of the himsa principle, causing unnecessary suffering. Himsa empirically, panpsychism, empirical panpsychism and reincarnation are mutually reinforcing stances. In this essay, I will give a justification for the particular definition of observation that I employ in my empirical panpsychism doctrine. Then I outline how I deduced empirical panpsychism. Designing empirical panpsychism. Panpsychism is the view that all things have a mind or mind like property. My doctrine of empirical panpsychism uses particular definitions of observation observer, entail a sufficient conceptual architecture as to allow a plausible proof of reincarnation to be analytically derived therefrom. Empirical panpsychism therefore necessitates that the mind-like property of matter be both consistent with observable physics and capable of deducing sufficient insight as to self-evidently render the process of rebirth. This section will justify particular definitions of observation and observer to the mind-like property satisfying both of these conditions. An observer is an instance of the physical process of interference. An observation is the instance of physical process of interference. An observer is the substance capable of making observations. By defining the processes of observation as equivalent to the process of interference, interferential changes of state become processes of observation, since extant empirical physics has significant incursions into the domain of interferometry. The inclusion of interference in the definition of observation establishes the definition to be non-trivial. The definition enables quantum state occlusion to be described as a limit of inferential processes, namely 3 plus 1 simultaneous observations are impossible, or the possibility of 3 plus 1 co-rising observations is excluded. Conversely, systems with less than 3 plus 1 possible co-rising observations are possible, and the probability of formation of those states is proportional to their respective formation energies. Connecting the definition of observation to the well-known phenomenon of quantum state exclusion further substantiates the definition to be non-trivial. Under the inferential definition of observation, quantum state exclusion is also able to be described in terms of interference. Consider a system undergoing the process of self-observation. The internal motion of the standing wave causes the standing wave to undergo interference. Throughout the process of self-interference, position intervals are observed. Gravity contracts such a system towards its center of mass, placing a downward pressure on the size of x, change of x, delta x. Therefore, the Heisenberg uncertainty principle, a downward, therefore, the Heisenberg uncertainty principle, downward pressure on delta x yields an upward pressure on delta p. Since momentum is directional, sufficiently large delta p causes the system to decompose into two components with vastly different momenta, a depressurized component and an excluded component. For example, radioactive decay is caused by interference in the atomic nucleus and results in a less reactive species, depressurized component, and radioactive decay, alpha particles, beta particles, gamma rays. The inferential definition of observation provides insight by connecting the process of decomposition to the position momentum uncertainty relations. A subtle distinction exists between observation, the process, and observer, the substance. The substance is an observer if it could undergo the process of observation. Although thought comprise an observer subject, a subject does not simultaneously think all possible thoughts simultaneously. thoughts and potentia are associated with substance observer, whereas thoughts and actual irreducible component of thinking is associated with process observation. Thoughts are rendered by the process of observation, whereas a thinker possesses the property of observer. By correctly differentiating between the process and substance of observation, the potential for associated category errors is diminished. How I derive panpsychism. I've always identified as pure consciousness, the fundamental substance of panpsychism. Panpsychism is therefore self evident to me and not requiring a learning process. Learning is a constructive process of deriving conclusions from axioms. Anything derivative from pure consciousness obscures its nature. Therefore, it is impossible to learn anything about panpsychism. It is only possible to remove impediments to the embodiment of panpsychism, self identification as pure consciousness. Ahimsa, panpsychism, and reincarnation are not widely accepted or understood in the West. I therefore sought an effective way to reduce others' disinclinations towards these ideas. Through social meta-analysis, I determined the primary bottleneck to the correct understanding of ahimsa to be the denial of reincarnation. I then set my sights upon removing the obstacle of reincarnation denial. I sought a sufficient doctrinal basis to demonstrate a plausible proof of reincarnation. I decided to use mathematical physics for this proof. I sought an irreducible command of physics, completing my honors degree in mathematical physics while tutoring those subjects on an ongoing basis. After university, I took an independent study of publications from relevant scientific disciplines, cosmology, material physics, signal processing, and computer science. I decided to reform material physics in a manner consistent with panpsychism through a combination of internal critique, suggested replacement doctrines, public education, and debate. These reformed physical doctrines would provide a means of directly expressing the physical mechanism of reincarnation. I prayed for a long time to receive revelation about the object of panpsychism, the three-dimensional quantum mechanical periodic table. The quantum mechanical periodic table provides a physical basis for the dimensional limit 3 plus 1, as well as informational basis comparable of generating known geometries through finite recombinants. Eventually, I received insight about how physics, interpreted through empirical panpsychism, can prove reincarnation. So, still needs a lot of editing, um, although it's getting there, and so I don't think it's worth a good use of time to edit on Week in Review. But maybe we'll do some more editing this week, and props Jennifer finally included some stuff about her hero's journey, her narrative voice, and how she fits in all of this. So good work on that. And so
Do
I
you think
guess
it's plausible that I thought the thing about reincarnation being proved through physics? I mean, physics in particular.
that what?
Well, remember when you said you didn't agree with me that I thought that you didn't agree that physics had prestige? Do you believe me that I thought that?
What is saying if you take your narrative arc that your goal was to spread the ahimsa principle through reincarnation, and the reason why you went to university and studied physics was in order. Yeah, I mean, it's possible. I mean, that's your hero's journey. So I mean, that's your narrative arc, and so even if you were wrong, that explains your journey. The reason why so if you say you didn't study physics and science because you wanted to understand physics and science, you studied physics and science because you wanted to express these ideas in a way that would convey prestige so that they would be more widely accepted. I mean, if it's kind of like Ramakrishna telling Vivekananda to finish his degree, where after Ramakrishna, after delivers Vivekananda, that he is ready to become a full devotee, go to the West, and try to complete the mission. And Ramakrishna tells him to complete his degree at Scottish Church College in Calcutta because that will accord him more prestige in the West. And that he meant a university degree in general, not necessarily. And I don't think Vivekananda didn't get his degree in science, but that if you say you already
I
had,
figured I would need to be plausibly the best scientist in the world, not just have a degree in science. Because if I'm coming with a dissident view, I need more than just, well, I read someone's mind to pass a test on the day of the test.
well, if you were kind of young and naive, it's saying, is there even such a thing as the world's best scientist? And what was it? What would that even mean? What would that look like?
Yeah.
And would it be like, you had such great discoveries in your youth, like Einstein or something that you won like 2 Nobel Prizes by the time you were 30, and you revolutionized technology, like the atom bomb or something like that.
More authority than me, then that'd be an issue.
Yeah, so if you're just looking at your narrative, and so if your narrative is nonsensical, because most people's narratives are nonsensical, they believe things as a youth that are inaccurate, and then as they get older revise their narrative. And if that was your motivation for part of your journey up to this point was inaccurate assumptions, I mean, that's normal. People have
I still
grandeur.
think my assumption was quite good, but I'm fine with you disagreeing. It's all good.
You still think that, even though you still think that you're going to be recognized as the world's greatest scientist, I mean, you still think that there's such a thing as the world's greatest scientist.
I don't think that's possible. I don't think
and
that's
you're going to be
possible. I agree
recognized
with you, Doovid, that I don't think it's actually possible for there. I don't think there is an institution that would judge that. Therefore, it's meaningless to say the world's greatest scientist. But it also means that there wouldn't be any scientists that would be perceived as greater than me. So that would be sort of like I'm at the top of the mountain. There's nobody higher than me. Therefore, I'm in the sky, but not really. So even if there's no competition, there's still someone who's the best. That's the logic. So I'm not saying I need to be accepted as the world expert of science, but there ought not be anybody who is accepted as
that
more of
there's
an authority than me
fields
on
of
this
science
particular
that
incredibly obscure aspect of material physics.
usually people are just experts in a field, and like a generic expert in science doesn't even really exist. And so if you just have the dissonance to keep the fantasy in your head, like, I'm the best scientist in the world, that
I didn't say that. I said I would be concerned if anybody could plausibly be established to be better than me as a physicist.
um
And maybe it's not maybe it ends up being a bad idea. Fine. But the question is, could there have been a better way to convey that? And you're saying fame, money, and such. And I guess I just don't understand that well enough to comment.
well, I'm saying, if you're giving your narrative arc and just what you thought when you were younger. And if it's too much distance to just, okay, you thought things that were inaccurate when you were younger, and that's fine. But so, okay, that's what you thought when you were younger, and that helps explain why you made some of the decisions that you made. And much of that holds true till today, that's still, and you have some sort of narrative of what you're trying to accomplish, or why you're doing what you're doing, or if you're gonna insist on trying to frame it like you've already accomplished what you want to accomplish in some weird
I don't
way.
think so. No, I can say this is why, this is what I think, and then whether I accomplish it, that's not up to society. Whether this burden I set up for myself to meet is met matters in the eyes more of others than myself.
Yeah, I mean, you're not even really on the map to be considered like like you'd even be in a competition for recognition. Besides for an
Well, there is no
honors.
such institution that recognizes the world's best scientists. There's no Olympics for science, so we already agreed that's a senseless concept.
Well, I mean, but I mean, there's substantial amounts of rewards and prizes, and besides for an honors degree, do you have a single award or prize besides your honors degree? And if your
Award.
honors degree
And
means that you were in the top 5% or 10% or whatever it is,
I have cum laude, which means I had a certain level of high grades.
that you were in the top 5-10% of um, the people in your school, and that's the only honor that you have.
I wouldn't even go that far. I was heavily focused on social elements in school. I didn't really see the content of the stuff in the school to be as important as social aspects of learning. So in terms of
As being in the top of the field because everyone gathered around to listen to them, that of the hundreds of scientists and the breakout sessions, that the most important of the speakers are chosen. And just like at the battery show, there was sessions and smaller speakers, and then there's a keynote speaker. And even though it's not like the world's greatest battery technician, scientist, but there's some sort of, yeah, if the person's a keynote speaker at the battery conference, or if there's a few keynote speakers multiple day, that you can see that those are from the best in the field. And things like Nobel prizes, Fields Medal, Genesis Prize, um, all sorts of smaller prizes, uh, you know, uh, honorary university degrees, to being speaker or guest of honor at conferences, and an award conferred upon by experts might be, as so you could have some sort of public recognition if you were invited onto popular shows to explain things. And then there would be prestige among experts, where the generally yearly gatherings where experts gather, that they would turn to you as a leader among the peers. So as of this point, none of none of that's you haven't accomplished any of that. But had you accomplished that, yeah, you would
Except
have
for
the
the whole being the world leader at my job for automatic speaker recognition, technology, except for that whole thing.
You're saying you did get award at your job.
It's not really an award so much as recognition when you're working.
Well, I'm saying there was a formal. You're saying you're just in your own mind. You think everyone liked you, or
Yeah, in
there was
my
a
own
more,
mind, I was asked to give a speech on my method that I was the only one doing.
or
The
was
world
there
leading
actually a
method.
conference? Was there actually a
Yeah,
conference
in my
where
own
you
mind, I
spoke?
went to that and I spoke at it. It was in everyone else's mind too, though, luckily.
And did they actually give you an honor or award, or you just spoke?
There's no world leader award for this stuff. You either are the leader or you aren't, and you're the leader because everybody defers to your judgment. Okay, I don't even want to say it was just me because my boss helped me out a lot. So give me a break here. But yeah,
Well, you're just talking about one specific field that you worked in.
yeah. So I do have a precedent of that.
I mean, you're talking an international conference. You're talking a local conference.
Yeah, I meant the world.
You're talking. I mean, these things are quantifiable, qualitative. You're talking. There was a conference of everyone in Canada. There was a conference of everyone in the world.
Well, it's not really everyone in the world, but yeah, pretty much.
Well, it's factual. So I mean, no offense. You're full of shit. It's bullshit. Like it's quantifiable. There was a conference. It included who? Like enough of the bullshit. Like there
You
was a
know what?
conference.
Forget it, honestly.
There was a
Anyway,
conference. It was a
it's not
conference of
germane.
a
It's not
region
germane
of
here.
Canada. So the battery show was the International Battery Show, and it included basically the experts from all over the world. And there was a keynote speaker, and there's 4 times a year, and like not everyone comes. I said China wasn't there, but it was an international conference, and it included the heads of industry from all over the world. So you're saying I mean, if you have reasons you don't want to give the facts, but like enough of your bullshit. It is what it is. What if it was a regional conference, a national conference, an international conference? These are facts, and like if you're giving them or you're not.
Yeah, I don't see the value proposition actually at this point because
Of giving basic facts
yeah,
of like what the conference was, whether it was what the scope of the conference was, whether it was regional, national, international.
it was international for a methodology of speaker comparison. Okay, I don't want to say more because of security reasons. Okay, you don't want to take my word for it? Fine.
Well, of course, I can take your word for it. Like, oh, I got the biggest award, but I can't even tell you.
It's not an award. It's the
I'm the
word
great.
leader,
They had the greatest scientist of the world award, but I can't even tell you for security reasons.
So you're confusing being the leader and having recognition. So the difference is when you're the leader, the only recognition you get is that everyone looks to you for answers and asks you to come and talk at conferences.
Yeah, it's something factual.
Recognition is something public where you get a prize for some reason.
You're saying you had some stupid fantasy when you were a little girl that just inaccurate, doesn't even work that way, and that's what drove you. But now that you're grown up, you have a more nuanced, real understanding of how things work. Or it's like no, you still have that stupid childhood fantasy, and it's just nonsensical.
I'm not really sure which part of what it is that I'm saying you think is fantastical. Like maybe we should just bring
I'm the greatest scientist in the world. Like no one thinks you're the greatest scientist in the world.
Does anyone think anyone is a better scientist than me, though? That's the important question.
Yeah, I would assume that your average person thinks that there's countless people that are better scientists than you.
Okay.
I would assume, like at the Science of Consciousness conference, that the reasonable assumptions that the majority of the speakers are all better scientists than you. I assume that the assumption that like Sean Carroll, Brian Keating, Eric Weinstein, Sabina Hassenfelder, all these people are better scientists than you. And I would even assume that that the local professor, not just at University of Michigan, but even at Wayne State, the physics is probably because it's based on accomplishment. And it's okay. Well, how do you test it? And you say, well, this person achieved a PhD, became a professor in the field, published papers, been a participant speaker at conferences all over the world, and there are countless people that have achieved that, which you haven't. So the assumption would be all of those people are better scientists than you.
I'm talking about science, understanding the method of science, not the institution of science.
I mean, you have no
Do you
measurability.
understand that there's a difference?
Yeah, I understand, but you're given something that you're just like, but no, I don't see any reason why someone would think that you have some deep, profound. I'm saying you have a good understanding, but like a comparative of that assume that there are probably thousands, tens of thousands of people with superior knowledge to you. I can't think of any reason to assume that you would have superior knowledge to.
So can you name one?
Well, it's like Professor Duderstadt, the head of Michigan Engineering School.
Okay, it's not relevant because he's not putting forward a claim on reincarnation.
No, he probably doesn't believe in reincarnation. By saying that
So
he's
you're saying for some reason he has a better understanding of physics than me. If I debated him, do you think everyone would agree that he has a better understanding of physics than me?
yeah, I don't think. I mean, he's the president of the University of Michigan. He has a PhD in nuclear physics. He taught nuclear physics for decades, and I don't think there'd be any doubt that even be a question that he understands physics better than you.
So what do you mean by physics?
So I mean, you just play word games. You just get like some sort of stupidity, and like you'll keep on working, keep on hitting the drawing board, and you make some accomplishments. Why
Are
would
you
someone assume
saying that I
that
should?
someone who only has a bachelor's degree, has no published papers, no serious
Because
accomplishments
they
in the
can
field,
think for
knows
themselves. I don't
better
know.
than the
Because they
president of
thought
the University of
my
Michigan?
ideas through themselves and agree with them on the basis of the ideas being good, perhaps.
Yeah, I mean, it just seems completely unreasonable. Of course, the president of the University of Michigan knows science way better than you. It's not even something that I would even think about to consider.
So again, it's science, the institution, science, the method. I went through the institution of science, but I also understand the method of science well enough to reform it in accordance with panpsychism, which is what I'm trying to do.
Where you just got an undergraduate, you didn't go through the institution. I mean, you went through an institution, you got a degree at a good school, just an undergraduate degree. I mean, your level of accomplishment, God forbid, is not that great.
Sure. So you'd
It does
say I
not, it
need
does
a
not, it does not warrant your ego. So
you'd
keep
say
on
I need
working
a
at it.
PhD.
Encourage you to work at it, but like, no, I mean, your level of accomplishment does not warrant your ego.
So maybe just exclude that bit. It's pretty important because it's what motivated the choice.
Motivate you like I am the greatest. If I'm
No,
not
I
the
chose
greatest, I give
physics
up.
math because I figured that would have the highest likelihood of success. And I don't sit around thinking about how great I am.
Yeah, because you're not even that great.
So yeah, it was definitely something I spent a while thinking about, though.
Well, yeah, I mean, good for you.
And you're saying that my conclusion was wrong because there are probably physicists that people think are better at physics than me, and because there's institutions people respect more than science.
Well, I mean, you didn't put that in your essay. If you're just saying that you had a goal and that's why you studied physics, and now you're adding in like, oh, by the way, my goal was to be the best in the world, and honestly, I think I accomplished that. I am the best in the world. I mean, that's just like nonsensical fantasy bullshit. I mean, thank God you didn't put that in your essay. So you say you had a goal and you thought studying science would be beneficial to that goal. You say, yeah, that makes sense. Like you harbor some sort of delusion about being the greatest in the world. Then you just think like, okay, this person's crazy. I mean, you
I
can't
don't
even
think
listen
it's harboring a delusion to expect myself to be the greatest scientist.
in the world. It was not harboring a delusion to expect myself to be the greatest in the world, even
What's
though
wrong with
you're.
expecting yourself to be the best? You're saying it's delusional to expect myself to be the best. All right, well, if I fail at being the best and there's someone better, awesome.
Well, yeah, yeah. I mean, even just the obvious. Of course, you failed. Of course, you're not the best. And what's the advantage of the delusion? Is saying, of course, you failed. Of course, you're not the best. Or even to say that, like,
Well, the point is, it's a
when I
claim.
was young, I thought I was going to be the greatest
I'll
scientist
defend the
in the
claim.
world.
If someone wants to say they're better, debate me, and I'll step down.
Want me to step down from your delusions? I mean, no
I'll
one will even
accept
take
it.
you seriously for a debate because your levels of accomplishment is so low that, I mean, one thing like they doesn't even exist. Like, I mean, the people that you are way better scientists than you don't have the delusion, and when you can debate some delusional woman to show that they know science better than you. In I've never even seen such a thing of you recognize great scientists that there'd be such a debate. So it's saying like drop the delusions. It's not helping you. It's not helping.
Yeah, that's my plea as well. It's delusional to deny reincarnation, so drop it, please.
Well, you could say that. I'm saying your delusions about your own sense of grandiosity.
Yeah, my desire to serve mankind is so strong that I'm willing to go to perhaps absurd lengths to get authority in science.
But you didn't. You didn't go to absurd things to get authority in science. All you
Well, I
did.
went as far as I could. I did as best as I could.
Okay, you tried,
You
but I'm
don't
saying like
agree?
no. I mean,
You
saying
don't
like
agree that it's the best that could ever be,
you
and
just
you're
went to it.
entitled to your
I mean,
opinion.
you didn't by any means at all go to a top school, and all you did was get an undergraduate degree. Some of the if you got like a PhD from MIT, um, maybe then you say you went to absurd lengths, but like all you did was get a bachelor's degree from a like a good school. So I don't see what you're claiming. You went to absurd lengths to like establish your credibility in science.
Mhm. My
You
job,
went to
my whole job that you seem to want to deny that I was in working in applied science for several years. That to me
I
was
am
more of a
denying,
contribution. I also
well,
care about contributing to society. I felt I could contribute more professionally than in school. That was a judgment call that I made. There was going to be diminishing returns.
I
I
mean, you're
didn't
so
think it was
delusional that you're
necessary.
making it sound like I'm down on you by like rejecting that you're anywhere near the best. So just have like an
Well,
accurate
you think that
assessment.
I'm saying that I'm the best at every type of science. I'm saying no, one particular applied thing I want to be seen as the authority, which is a particular interpretation of physics for signal processing and empirical panpsychism. I want to be seen as at least
Well,
credible
so
in
make some
physics.
accomplishments. So I'm okay. You have the desire, so you like accomplish something.
So, in my understanding, the quantum mechanical periodic table, that's an accomplishment. And so is the proof of reincarnation. That's an accomplishment too. And writing now is an accomplishment too. So I'm confused at like what the point of
Because those are works in progress. They're not accomplishments yet.
the proof of reincarnation has been done for years. I haven't changed it.
Well, as of now, I mean, it's still just a work in progress. It hasn't been recognized. It hasn't been accepted by anybody other than yourself. It's still just a work in progress. You wait to pat yourself on the back till the work is done. I don't see, what the benefit of trying to pat yourself on the back so much is.
I don't know what you're talking about, really.
So I mean, if you have a goal to make an accomplishment, good. It's good that you have a goal, and like I hope you succeed in the accomplishment. And just like your goal to pat yourself on the back preemptively for achieving the accomplishment you have yet to achieve.
I am a goal oriented person who has high
So
standards.
accomplish the goal. Why are you patting yourself on the back for goals you haven't achieved
You
yet?
are telling me to write about in a narrative voice. And I do that. You tell me I'm delusional. That makes me not really want to do that exercise very much. I'm being as honest as possible here.
Well, I mean, God
And
forbid,
you're
like,
dismissing it as though
well,
I
I mean,
don't even know what.
thank God, like, you didn't include your delusions in the essay. But no, I mean, the goal is, yeah, I'm saying like maybe you like, if I'm probably from the few people that think you might be onto something, but like from my
I
perspective,
mean,
still
one
just
of the few
working.
people who has the stones not to deny anything really obvious in the face of consensus.
Well, there's a lot of people who believe
Ah,
in reincarnation, but to saying that you actually have some sort of proof, or that your
yeah, it
quantum
follows
mechanical
analytically from
periodic
the definition.
table
If you don't like
is
that, if
is
you're not convinced
actually,
by that, I don't actually think anyone is convinced by that, but I think a lot of people are looking for a reason to believe in it. And there's a reason. They already, in some level, believe it. They just need an excuse. Boom, there it is. It's science now.
yeah, I believe
I
in
don't
that.
actually
It's
think I'm
just
going
a
to convince
question
anybody.
of your of is there actually value to your quantum mechanical periodic table, and do you actually have a proof of reincarnation that's yet to be seen? And so, like, I'm just helping you right now on really just basic writing skills. And so if you do have something that you're gonna, have to be able to write it, and you're gonna need um some level of basic writing skills. That's what I'm helping you with something like somewhat basic. Like I said, like you didn't get a master's degree, you didn't write a thesis, and so you have to go through the process now of acquiring those writing skills. And so if you are actually onto something, you have to acquire the writing skills to write it. I mean, that's the main thing I'm trying to help you out with. So like, I'm trying to believe in you that you actually have something, and that's why I'm working to help you with your writing so that you could actually express it. But I'm just saying the obvious that okay, like I mean, good, you believe in yourself. Like, okay, you should believe in yourself, and not trying to, and even to, say that if you believe that you have some sort of proof in reincarnation, like great. If you believe that your quantum mechanical periodic table is meaningful, even extremely meaningful, good. But what does that have to do with some delusion that you're like some, the world's greatest scientist or world authority? Like if that's the case, it'll be established when you make the accomplishments. So, just focus on
Yeah,
the
to
goal at hand.
me, the credibility and authority, those are connected. And
Yes, I
acceptance
mean,
is connected to
the,
credibility. So it's all kind of connected, and maybe I misunderstood
I mean,
how.
your credibility will come from your accomplishments, not your self-confidence. If your self-efficacy and your self-confidence leads your ability to set goals and then accomplish those goals, but at the end of the day, you actually have to accomplish those goals. And at the present time, there's a factual level of your achievement level. And to, it doesn't seem any benefit to you, yourself, or any of your listeners to be inaccurate or, beefing up or whatever your
Yeah, and I've been
current
saying that since
factual level of
forever. And
accomplishment.
and now it's like you said to me, it's like you said you wanted me to write a narrative voice. I write a narrative voice. It's not good. Okay. And now I gotta lie, and it's hard
I
for me to
didn't say it
lie.
wasn't good because what you said you didn't even put in your essay. Now you get back to this crap about how you think you're the world's greatest scientist, and it's like, thank God you didn't even write that in your essay. I mean, if you had, you could have said that as a girl, and then we got in some stupid argument of like your fantasy, like prove that I'm not the world's greatest scientist. And I don't even see what that has to do with your narrative voice at all. I mean, maybe it does because like
Because
you're
I
saying,
thought I would need to have a irreproachable command of physics, which would mean that there wouldn't be someone who would have a more irreproachable command of physics than me. It was definitely my own reasoning for with regards to having authority. So that's why it's super important. Um, I don't know why it's so contentious because I basically agree that it's unrealistic to expect people to recognize explicitly the world's greatest scientist because there's no institution of that.
well, there's plenty of institutions of that. So I mean, now you're back to your
There's a
delusion.
world's greatest
Well,
scientist award.
I mean, there's Nobel prizes, there's Fields medals, there's the
Okay,
Genesis Prize, there's institutions that have people at the head of it,
but there's no
and
world's greatest scientist award, is there?
no, there's no. But I'm saying there's plenty
Right. So it's
of.
not defined, so it's meaningless, and we agree on that. So there's no need to be,
Well, I'm saying there's plenty
so
of
argumentative about it.
benchmarks in your that you could have made in accomplishments. There's plenty of. So if you say you have some accomplishments, good for you, but of some sort of recognition, like your level of accomplishment is not that high. That like no one in the right mind is going to think that you have some world's greatest knowledge and level based on your level of accomplishment. And even regional is okay, like it's saying, okay, if you're the best in a region at something, that's a substantial accomplishment, let alone the world. So I'm saying if like a so if you were recognized in your field internationally, okay, that's an accomplishment. uh, but even just to be the local or regional or within one institute recognized. um, but no, man, I don't see why anyone would buy your uh, buy into your delusions.
Science is something you can know and you can recognize when other people know it because it's a method that can be learned. So that's what I was going with.
Yeah, exactly. Like the battery show. There's people who understand batteries.
That's
There's people
technology,
that
not
don't.
science.
It's based on science. So you could walk into the factory,
God forbid,
you
I
could
don't think you
understand
understand
these
the scientific
processes.
method.
Yeah, so now you get back on your unjustified high horse where you don't have any authority to speak on these issues, yet you're trying to speak on these issues from authority.
I guess everybody has a different understanding of what
So
authority
I'm saying
means.
focus on accomplishments.
What about just the scientific ideas themselves?
Well, that means it's accomplishments. So if you have scientific ideas of value, like your quantum mechanical periodic table if it actually does something useful, then demonstrate it. You haven't demonstrated that it does anything useful. You haven't demonstrated that you, in fact, you've admitted that it doesn't even fulfill the useful functions that the normal periodic table does of the periodic trends. If there was if you had a proof of reincarnation, that'd be nice. But certainly hasn't been demonstrated. It hasn't been externally validated by anybody. And reality, it hasn't even been clearly expressed by you for even someone to attempt to externally validate it. And does your quantum mechanical periodic table actually do anything useful? And you haven't even claimed that it does anything useful, let alone put it forward in a way that could be externally validated.
I see there's a question in the chat here for Doovid. I don't really know how to ask that question because it's like you want me to ask it for myself.
Yeah, I'm not speaking against science. I'm just speaking against
You understand that question in the chat because I don't really get it.
As someone who speaks so much against science, how can you use scientific ideas against me that you disagreed in the first place? That may not be meaningful, or he may just be making fun of you or me. That's what they're hearing, either me or you say. But that's what I say. Focus on useful goals like improving your writing, uh, writing clearly, expressing in accepted format some of your ideals. And like if you have these delusions, and you want to keep your delusions, that's fine. But don't
I'd
be
just like
surprised.
you to stop referring to my opinions as delusions. It's extremely upsetting.
What, I mean, your opinion that you're the greatest in the world as a delusion?
Well, first of all, that's
Upsetting to you that when you tell me
not
you
what
think
I
you're the
said.
best in the world, that I think that's a delusion?
I think, yeah, it is rather hurtful.
It's hurtful that I don't think you're the best in the world.
I think it's hurtful that you think I'm not. I don't give a shit if you disagree. I'd rather you not voice the opinion if you can't substantiate it. This
I
is
mean,
basically
it's hurtful to
definitely
you.
it's wrong. I'm not going to
It's
verify it, but it's definitely wrong. Okay, that's just like, oh, if you said
it's
something,
hurtful to you that I don't agree that you're the
you
best in the
make
world.
incredibly tall claims, and I am open to them. I probably don't agree with tons of them, but I don't instantly jump on them as being illegitimate. And you're saying this is illegitimate. I'm going to call you crazy multiple times. I'm going to refer to it as a delusion, even though you're asking me to go through my reasoning process. And yeah,
I don't make
an
a tall claim that I'm the
irreproachable,
greatest.
an irreproachable command of a subject is kind of part of being an
I don't know any of my
authority on a
claims.
subject.
I don't
That's
know
kind of
any of
part
my
of
claims
authority. If you
reach
don't
in
understand
claiming
that,
that
I'm
I'm
not
the
sure what
greatest
to
in
say.
the
I'm not
world.
sure where to start because it just seems like, honestly, like you're trolling to disagree on a point like that. But it's fine. I just
What claim do I
obviously
make
don't
even
understand.
anywhere near that I'm the greatest in the world?
You claim to be able to judge whether I'm the greatest in the world, which is a pretty high level of self confidence.
Yeah, it seems pretty easy to do. Like, okay, like like the woman who God forbid, can't even afford a computer good enough to make decent streams, who you know only gets a few hundred views, who has no position of power or authority anywhere, only has a certain level of accomplishment to say like I'm the greatest in the world, and say like no, I went to good schools, I was at conferences, I've seen things, and I'm pretty sure I've seen people in positions higher than you.
Iron Charioteer wants to know if scientific evaluation should go through the scrutiny of a god.
No, dark matter, like they're saying, like I don't even think I'm being mean. It's saying it just seems delusional. I guess we could just end the show. Like I don't know how we got deterred on this, where like you're insisting that I accept that you're the greatest scientist in the world, which to me just seems absurd.
That's a straw man, and I don't know why you keep misrepresenting what I said. It's rather hurtful. I guess we should just drop the whole topic, and I won't include that in my explanation at all. It'll just be unqualified. I went out to get all this authority in physics so that I wouldn't be seen as the best physicist in the world.
Well, you didn't even put that in your essay. Well, you just said that you thought you'd be able to spread the ahimsa principle more if you had more authority, and therefore you got a degree in physics or study physics. Um, you verse, something like I thought, um, I had to be the greatest in the world. And so it's just proportional. Like,
It's
yeah,
just
like
funny because you're like hero narrative, hero narrative, hero narrative. I say something heroic and you're like, you're crazy. It's kind of like, okay, I don't feel super excited.
you don't have to be the best in the world to be a hero.
Are you an expert on heroism or what? What's your basis for drawing that
Yeah, I guess
conclusion?
I'm an expert on heroism. I'd say I'm the best in the world. Like, yeah, expertise. Like, okay, you graduated cum laude, like in the top percent of the people who graduated. So that's expertise. That's not like the greatest. And saying
My mom used to say,
it's an insult
aim
to
for
others,
the
because when you
stars.
apply that you're the
Wait,
greatest, you
no, wait.
diminish the
Aim for
accomplishment of others.
shoot for the moon. Uh, if you miss, you'll land among the stars. And even though that's not true and you burn up upon reentry, the idea behind that is very nice.
Yeah, but when you claim to be the greatest, you diminish the accomplishment of others. So it's you who is you're really causing bad karma by your claim, because would say if your claim, like, okay, I'm great, I did a lot of work, I understand this really well, but you make a comparison to others, then it's a violation of the ahimsa principle, because you're claiming something in essence negative about others.
It's time for science to take over, says Iron Charioteer. Can we please have another scientific age? Ask Doovid. I don't know if you want to answer the question or not. I mean, I think
Well, just
fetal
people being
skepticism.
stupid. That's why I'm trying to focus on goal-oriented behavior, like saying like, no, it's a delusion, snap out of it, and focus on accomplishments one step at a time. Like, the delusions of grandiosity aren't going to help you. And I'm saying, like, you're making accomplishments. Keep with it. Presumably, getting rid of these delusions will help you accomplish more.
I would like to ask you once again to stop saying delusions. Drop it, please. So yeah, I see memes is in the chat. Nice to see you, buddy. Pseudonym said
Delusions
how to
are,
join. Excuse me.
we're saying,
I'm
just
asking you one more time. Can you please stop? Are you trying to upset me now? Because now I think you're trying to upset me because you're now reading some definition after I told you drop it.
I don't see how
Drop it,
that's an
please.
insult.
Thank you. Is it dropped? If someone would like to challenge,
maybe
why
we
not?
should just wrap up, and we'll try to, maybe try to edit your paper if you want.
Well, okay.
Maybe
I had a question about the paper. Honestly, is it enough information, or do I need more information? Is it long enough to be a paper?
it's not long enough to be a scientific paper, but and even you changed
I'm
it.
not writing it to be a scientific paper. I'm writing it as in like, is it an idea? Does it stand kind of on its own as some type of a irreducible unit of thought somehow?
Well, I don't really want to edit your paper live, and um,
No, that's fine. I
Uh,
just thought if you
I
had a
think
discussion on that, like,
Friday.
basically, if you thought I should add anything or take anything out, or if it's long enough or too long, you're saying it's not long enough to be a scientific paper. I don't actually care if it's long enough to be a scientific paper. I want it to be something that's actually understandable. Let's get something understandable. What'd you say? Sub-vocalized. Let's get it to that standard. I don't want to write something huge and have to rewrite it something huge a bunch of times if I'm still making the same technical error.
Yeah, I mean, you added a whole bunch from Friday that wasn't in there at all, like with the 3+1 dimensions and the observer observation. And I don't even know if that added anything to any benefit to, to the thesis. And, from what we had Friday, where you just had a shorter essay, um, and all this stuff about the 3+1 dimensions and the observer. Um, I'm not sure that even fit or made sense why you added that. Um,
Well, if everything can be explained as an interference effect, then that's a generalization. And it would appear to be good to generalize because it reduces the number of theories that you need. So, to me, it's like, why is the definition there? And there's a bunch of reasons for it. And you're saying it doesn't add anything to say that quantum state exclusion is an interference effect. So just exclude it? Like what? Like I don't understand. You're saying just I shouldn't even have that stuff in there at all, or because to me it seems like pretty good selling, short and succinct explanation in support of that definition.
yeah, I'm not sure. Added in with the essay, like you added in like really like you made the essay like a third longer than it was before, and I'm not sure like it actually helped with the what it appeared you were trying to say, or the thesis of your essay, and that's saying like from the um you kind of just put a long list in the middle of it, and as opposed to what we've been working on was just like basic essay format, introductory paragraph, um, what the essay's about, why it's important to you, and feels it's going to be important to the reader, thesis statement, roadmap, and then the body of the essay where you do what you say you were going to do, and then the conclusion. So instead of writing a conclusion, you added a bunch of tangentially related stuff in the middle, and then you didn't even add a conclusion. So I mean, if you had added a conclusion, you would have almost you basically would have had a complete essay. But like
I didn't
instead,
want to add a conclusion because I thought there was a pretty good chance that it wasn't at a point where it was worth concluding. Because to me, a conclusion is just a reassertion of the original premises and kind of wrap it all up, unless
yes,
there's
that's
something
exactly
else.
what it is.
And I figured it wouldn't be.
So you just added like tangentially related stuff in the middle that wasn't in the original roadmap, and then like I just read through it now because it wasn't there on Friday, and then it's like, even unclear like what that directly has to do with the essay, and then you didn't have a road, then with what you added, at least when you added it, you didn't add really to the roadmap much about, so you added a substantial amount to your essay, and then you didn't change the roadmap. So, saying, like I said, like usually when you take writing, you do a few 2-page essays, your standard 5-paragraph essays, just so you could get the format down. So I thought like if you had just didn't have that stuff and just added a conclusion, then you would have been there with your standard, essay that you could start working on. Okay, like now you have a well structured essay, and maybe you could do a few more like that until you get the hang of it, and then you could try something longer. But instead of just adding a conclusion, you added a whole bunch of stuff in the middle. And so now, like, your whole introduction needs to be re-edited, and then you need to, like, have smooth transitions to, like, why you added, how this, what this has to do with it, and a conclusion.
I thought I could get away from doing that because everything I added is just really offering support for the definition. It's just a bunch of reasons why the definition is a good one. I don't have to include them though. If it's too wordy, that's fine. I can take them out.
um yeah, I mean, the thing is, be too much to edit your essay, and you didn't give it to me till right before the show, and I hardly had a time to look at it till I read it. And I'm reading through it, and like, I've seen, we've talked about this stuff a bunch before, but like, just the logical structure, and then to go back to the introduction and see, why are you writing this essay, what are you trying to accomplish, and then the roadmap. And then, when you added that stuff in, did that change the thesis or intention of your essay, or it's just supporting it more? And if it did change the, the purpose or thesis of your essay, then you have to change that in the introduction. And if it's just supporting it more, then you have to, clarify it in um, the roadmap. And then you went back to your, not doing the things that I've been trying to get you to work on, like standard paragraph form, transitions, roadmaps. So it kind of made your essay, like in that case, worse, because you were almost at a finished essay where all you needed was a conclusion, and then you added a whole bunch of stuff in the middle that wasn't in paragraph form, that didn't have smooth transitions. And now it's probably even more difficult to add a conclusion, because because then you have to clean up the stuff that you just put into your essay first.
Sounds good.
So you have to, no matter what you write, you're going to have a hard time finishing it, because you want it to be like a theory of everything, as opposed to just making a well structured essay that has a clear introduction, thesis, roadmap, um, body doing what you say you're going to do in a conclusion.
Yeah, absolutely. It's got to be structured so that people know what to expect. That makes sense. So I don't really think it comes across as a magnum opus, but it's hard for me to really know how these things come across.
No, I mean, God forbid, it's not going to be intelligible till you put it in standard format. So, I mean, you have to go through the learning curve of, really just basic writing. And saying, like, on Friday, we were like, okay, we did worked on it for 2 hours, and we were almost there, like, besides the conclusion. And instead of writing a conclusion, you added like a whole bunch of completely different stuff into the center.
Well, once the intention of the essay was more clear, it was easier to write more because it was like, oh, okay, I can just explain why I'm using this definition because I need the definition so that the proof follows analytically. And so I just went through a list of things that supported the definition, but yeah, it wasn't very structured. But technically, all it is a justification for the particular definition of observation. It's just a very long one.
Again,
And yeah,
even somewhat unclear, like what it has to do with the topic even.
the Ahimsa principle is effectuated by non-denial of reincarnation, is effectuated by a proof of reincarnation, is effectuated by materiological panpsychism, is effectuated by me reforming physics plus the auspices of panpsychism. It's a lot of connectors, and then that's all hinging on my horribly flawed supposition of physics having authority in the first place. So we got ourselves a perhaps valid but not sound argument here for authority.
Well, because you're working on your personal narrative,
Well, I derived this
and saying you
personally,
mean
so
you add some personal stuff in like your journey there, but in saying you don't have to say everything in essay, you could have just kind of capped it off and had a finished product, and could have changed it or edited it for later, and so now you seem actually further from the goal. And
can't. There we go. Hopefully we are live coming through again. Sorry about that. I'm not sure. Well, maybe we'll have to try a different way. Ironically, there are more people watching when there's no audio, hilariously. Anyway, we're back. Sorry about that. Ugh.
okay, so
So thanks for all the tips, and I'll stick around, I guess, and if the chat feels like chatting with me, I would love to hear what's on everyone's mind, and look forward to not next weekend, but the weekend after.
okay, and if you want to work on your essay, I'll probably be busy tomorrow and the next day, but later in the week, if you want to work on your essay some more, we can.
Okay, thanks. I'll definitely take you up on that. Hello. Yeah, so I've got some. I know there's some comments in the chat. I'll try to go over them because some of them seemed interesting and I didn't get a chance to go over all of them. All right, so there were, yeah, obviously the essay is a work in progress and so on and so forth, and appreciate everyone's feedback, but obviously cannot take everything super seriously if it's not a reasonable pushback. So let's see where things went here. So there's a question about how to prove reincarnation. I did it a while back on the blog. It's pretty straightforward. It's basically consciousness has an internal energy. The internal energy has a non-zero 0 point energy. That I call the personality. And then after death, the personality undergoes a degree of decay through self interference, but there's a limit to the self interference that is ultimately only achievable with a physical body. And so it is a more or less an energetic inevitability to have a reincarnation like process happen. A lot of people want to disagree with that, going as far as to abuse the scriptures of Buddhism to try to claim that that doesn't speak of reincarnation. Obviously, it does. So, extremely, extremely dishonest there to argue that. It's really just wishful thinking. I think it's pretty clear that if we're talking about what's the most likely solution is the minimum energy solution, or are we talking about a recycled soul or an original creation? And it's pretty clear that original creations have issues. So really all you're looking at, I do have a link for the essay, which I am just pulling up right now and I can share it. It's really straightforward. Like it's nothing too impressive. It's just meant to be like quick and done because I don't actually think people are convinced by proofs, but having a proof there when you already believe in something can increase your confidence. And slash proofs are actually super fun. So there's nothing wrong with pursuing proofs for their own well, as ends in themselves. There's there's stuff that's more virtuous than that. Tons of it. But it's pretty virtuous to pursue proofs. I know to, don't know what else to say. So I'll throw up the link there. hmm Is it there? There we go. Yeah, so it basically follows from the definition. You need to have a, oh dear. Woo, can you disagree with that? No. Anyway, yeah, so got just basically if not, then not. It's like you need to have an interference in order to have a reduction. A reduction is a thought is a reduction. Eventually, there's a limit to the interference that can happen with the mind itself, and it needs to interfere with something which is a lower energy state, aka. So we've got it up there, but anyone can check it out if they want to. So Dark Matter and Battle Rep says, Doovid, you may be ready for an ayahuasca trip to get your head back in the game for the third quarter. Well, part of inner peace is not needing other people to change in order to accept them. So yeah, what makes you think you can judge? There's a huge value in withholding judgment. I mean, sometimes you have to make a call, but a lot of times it's just better to be sort of undecided. And this reminds me of the convo I had about the Bayesian priors is that there's this presumption that the beliefs are somehow knowable. Whereas I realize, like thinking about my own thought process more, that the beliefs are actually not really stored as memories insofar as beliefs are updatable. Because we're not just talking a model, we're talking several models at the same time in a particular order that is person specific. So it's like, well, why did I put this model first and this model second? Well, I've got a reason that is connected to something else. But that reason could change because I get more information about an individual. So sure, there's a sense in which probabilistic distributions are being updated on the basis of new information, but there's a finite number of eigenstates. So there's a huge difference between the two understandings, where one is just like arbitrary numbers of beliefs. It's just whatever's in the distribution. Bayesian priors doesn't tell us anything about how many proper states there can be, whereas my methodology necessitates a finite number of proper states, because there's always a finite number of properties. Properties being things like softness, roughness, and so on. It's not conserved, because the number of those things that shakes out depends on the particular structure of the language framing it, but there's like approximation for something like the elements. Yeah, 5 or 4 perhaps are are coherent. Others may be coherent as well, but will be redundant relative to that basis. Yeah, so I asked the question in the chat about when you think it's appropriate to correct a yogi. The answer is absolutely never. If you accept the authority of the yogi as a yogi, you never correct them. So that's very hard to do. And I'm not great for like not saying stuff that makes people really extremely a lot want to correct me. So the test is who has the self-control to catch themselves in the act of wanting to judge and actually understanding what the actual point was. Because we're talking about something being how things are true. True officially, as a matter of opinion, or as a matter of fact. So when you have reason to think it will provide mutual awakening, learning, healing, yogis don't learn anything. That tells me you don't understand. Yogi, that tells me you're in a judging mindset. The point of coming here, sure, you can learn to judge better, great, but it's also to like unmake incorrect judgments. So part of, I think a lot of people are sort of hiding behind an excuse, which is, well, I don't really need to know anything, and I can still criticize, and that's just not really justified at all. So Daryl says authority doesn't make you right. Well, that, is kind of down to how we're defining authority. And it's a bit confusing, because the authority of language is not really self-evident. You can say it's a dictionary, but there's, you learn language through people around you. So it's social as well. So there's a lot of confusion as to all, like with regards to all this stuff. So the concept seems to make people scared. And if you're afraid of a concept, that's not really a very good sign, is it? And I see Daryl has taken issue with my putting designing over defining. I'll have to think it over again, because it got so long that it didn't really seem like a definition anymore. Kind of seemed like a process of design, but I agree I have to shorten it up. And I guess Doooovid wasn't too happy that I included a whole bunch more stuff. So the point is not to accept the claim. It's meant to be exaggeration, bombastic. I don't want to say a joke, but it's meant to make people think of what it means to be an authority on something as a process. And also, philosophy, I think, kind of needs a way to speed up the process of assuring that you're sharing meaning, because right now it kind of seems to be doing the opposite, which is just like as much stalling as possible and make sure you're not sharing meaning. It's all very strange. So I would say you need some type of way to get over that if you want to salvage the relevance of something like philosophy as a process, as something that you can learn and say, yeah, I know it because I actually have this list of things that I know and I can verify it. It's not just something that's true only in my own convictions, like thinking that it matters what individuals in this audience think about my authority on physics. What matters is the general idea. And I don't matter in that because what matters in the general idea is just ideas. So it's really the way to judge it is, are people accepting reincarnation? That's really the only way to judge it. One time I should do a show where I let everyone in the chat come up and StreamYard. I'd love to hear people like Daryl who have so much to say. Daryl has come on before. It didn't go very well. Um, Daryl tries to take the position of a teacher, and it's annoying because it's like I already went to university. I know the concepts that you're talking about, and you're repeating them as though I don't know them, which tells me that you just really don't understand what you're talking about and you're just regurgitating something you memorized. I feel bad having to tell people stuff like that. I'm sure you would feel bad too. So it's like I want to do it if the person is going to be cool with it and in good humor and it's fine and it's a learning experience and it's all fun. But with someone like Daryl, it seems to be all he's doing is like doubling down on the idea that he's going to be the one who is actually the language police and is actually the tone police and is actually the one who interprets logic and actually the one who interprets causality. It's like, dude, like, no, like, I'm cool to talk about your ideas, but if you talk about your ideas, I'm just going to say why I see an issue with them. And if you can't take it from there to acknowledge the point that, for example, parallel lines have no correspondence in reality, okay, that's a bit of a divergence that uh, maybe if there's a little bit of practice with the ideas before coming on will be fun. But at this point, it's like, I don't want to give people the wrong idea that, like, I don't know, somehow open to people coming to preach their random models to me. All right, so let's see if anybody else put anything. Memes asks if narrative is the way we communicate. I think narrative is how we talk to ourselves. And the number one narrative is that there's an entity that has a substance, a persistent substance. So we're compelled to spin narratives about an entity with a consistent substance. Like these experiences are all happening to me as a substance that is an unchanging one. I guess the limit of the concept of a soul. So take a soul, but subtract the concept of evolution. So definitely um egotistical coherence, which is like necessary in my model, is partly driven by narratives. And I would describe narrative building as maybe a default memory technique. Oh, it all makes sense because it's all happened before. And yeah, recall, click back to. And now that through that lens, I am now, yeah, making sense of everything. Skyhorry says Doovid is more of a foil with which Jen uses to sharpen her hypothesis. Um, Doovid is extremely knowledgeable on a lot of topics that I don't know much about, and has a strong drive towards objectivity. And I also have a strong drive towards objectivity. And it's interesting to see how those things can lead to different conclusions. So yeah, I'll just go back to the questions in the actual chat and make sure I answer them in order here. I'm having so much fun though. I really enjoy this. So we can say that default hypothesis, I'm fine with saying narratives are sort of the basis, as long as there's an acknowledgement that there's a fundamental narrative that is like that which stitches the cogito together. Not necessarily that you're bound to forever simulate a cogito, but that is what I would call naive epistemic access, that when you're starting, the presumption is that we're essentially building a narrative, and the core of that narrative, all the characters in the narrative and so forth, the supporting characters in the narrative are serving the purpose of simulating cogito. Now, in terms of how we communicate to each other, I think we tend to communicate more in facts, perhaps anecdotes, and then the closer you are with someone, you have more history. There's a personal narrative. Your personal narratives are woven together. So you could say like rapport is a narrative relational, I don't know, friendship of some sort. Daryl says knowledge and understanding is not given by authority. I don't really think this is well understood. There seems to be this idea that people get an opinion about stuff. I don't know where that comes from. It seems very strange to think that there would be opinions on stuff like the laws of physics as such. Maybe opinions on how to express the laws of physics, but yeah, so there's sort of a bit of a difference in worldviews a lot of the time in terms of what is possible. Hi, Anders. I want to go back here because my thing is, I notice there's a bunch of questions here. Thanks, everyone. Let's see here. All right, I think I'm almost there. Okay, not all sages are sage. Yeah, well, ultimately, it's like you got to make a judgment call for what's going to do ahimsa. And yeah, you might have to have a non supremely non-dual demeanor temporarily to accomplish some goal. That is true. Okay, so I see there's requests for the link in the chat. Thank you so much. I will do that at some point. Appreciate it. Daryl asks, do I know what a proof is? Can I explain it? Well, I had, oops, I can try to find my little diagram that I did recently that I'm sure it's not going to be good enough for you and so forth, but I juxtaposed a proof with some anecdotes and a logic. I think I had those three definitions together to sort of compare them. And I'm having trouble finding it right now. So I might have to give up on that for the moment. But let me see if I just, if I can go through these. 'Cause I know I didn't make it very long ago. And so it's just a matter of scrolling through my recents and pulling it up. There we go. So I'm just gonna screen share it. And then I have this additional thing that I like. I don't know. There must be some very strict limit here to how much I could screen share. Oh, darn. I put it in the wrong window. Here we go. All right. So already Daryl is talking about a formal proof. Yes, yes. So first of all, we're talking about a proof, and then we're going to go into maybe formalize. So as far as I understand it, okay, I just realized that this whole thing is not visible. As far as I understand it, a proof is a proof because it has more structure than just an argument. So every proof could be made into an argument. Not every argument can be made into a proof, because a proof needs to be something that you can express in terms of what I call axioms, but which you can also call an inference model or just a system of logic. And that's what I have on the left with the diagram, sort of meant to allude to the idea that you can design a logic and you're putting it together to yoke with evidence into a proof eventually. And so evidence and logic come together to construct a proof. And then you can have things called formal proofs. And there's so many people that know about that, they can explain that all to you. I don't need to explain that. And then a general proof could theoretically be made into a formal proof, or made more informal depending on what the desired goal was, because maybe you want it to it will look slightly different if your goal is to be as short as possible versus if you want to make as many people understand as possible. So Daryl, you asked what is a proof 3 times? There are several ways to prove things. So generally the structure of a proof has some assumptions, and then you do something with the assumptions, and then you come to a conclusion. And that is how it goes. And between different systems, those are all different. So it's not very easy to generalize the concept of a proof, because a lot of times the proof is just whatever it ends up being that convinces that tips the scales, which is that's all bound up in emotion. Dark Matter Battle Rap asks, what do you think the single most emerging technology can have the greatest effect on people? Well, I think cell phones are probably the biggest effect on people. And the effect that it has is isolation. Pseudonym says a proof is considered a hypothesis, which is really messed up. That's actually a good thing, because we want proofs to be what they call it's not conditional, provisional. So it's a good proof, but hey, maybe there's going to be an even better proof sometime. Because if we think of it as a conclusion, well, when we stop looking, not so good. If we think of it as a hypothesis, which is tentative, maybe we can make it even better. So my epistemology has means for proof, and then there's different schools that accept different standards as to what it constitutes a proof. That's not as important as what I'm doing, which is basically from a layperson facing approach, accepted as a good enough reason to embrace reincarnation. There's an organism in the ocean that uses a zeptowatt of energy, yet they're considered alive. Time does go by very slow for them. What do I think? Well, I think that it's pretty clear that autonomous self-reproduction without having to invoke other classes of life. So, like, I would say that a virus is not alive, it's life adjacent, because it can be crystallized. So it seems very strange to think of a crystal as such, something like salt, that would be alive. Yet one can hardly deny the effect on life. So I would say that if it is capable of replication, self-replication, autonomous self-replication, yes, it's alive. But remember, in my system, The whole universe is undergoing the process of consciousness at all times, and that's just an assertion about intrinsic vibration. So everything alive is conscious and everything not alive is also conscious. So with life, what we're more interested in than consciousness, which is interesting, but we're more interested in sentience. So how much saturated consciousness is there, which then translates to things like how much capacity is there to suffer and so forth. But I would definitely agree, if this is what you're saying, that temporal perception is affected by the physical body. Something like a single celled organism can't possibly have that much consciousness because its capacity to render the simulation of self, because it has its own coquito, right? But it's just so loose. It's almost nothing. So it has a very, very faint amount of consciousness and sentience. Evidence or argument establishing a fact or truth when apart from opinion, your proof. Was that an attempt at a poem there, Daryl? Um, yeah, there's an issue with that because then we have to talk about a a, a theory of truth. A theory of truth is going to have some type of a structure, and every structure is a conceptual impediment. So I would just rather stay away from facts and truth as absolute things and more just think of it as axioms and the consequences of axioms. And so an axiom can be super useful for something. Stuff's always useful for stuff. And then you can have different stuff that has itself its own utility, but is not primarily utilitarian. Its own ability to sort of propel your utilitarian function to another level of actualization. Daryl's being engaging in the chat, a person who has accumulated knowledge. And that's from Skyworks. Arbane sort of asked if they can guess my star sign. Yeah, go ahead. I don't know. I don't think it actually says that much, but have I checked out Santos Bonacci, Mr. Astrotheology? I'm assuming you're trying to say astrotheology. Um, I've heard these. I've heard some astrotheology hypotheses. I'm sympathetic to those. I don't know about every last interpretation, but I like that there are people who research these things, and it's sometimes interesting to see the patterns that form with astral procession and so forth. Get insight as to how religion informed ancient cosmology, I guess, or how those two things work together. What if the yogi is in a judgment mindset? Yeah, again, you don't have the authority to judge the mindset of the yogi. That's the errant presumption. So to think you can pass judgment on the rightness or wrongness of mindset of the judge is itself invoking a judgment that is not at all substantiated, which makes me think, well, that's why the combo doesn't want to center around authority because criticism without authority is not justified. Well, then why is it being said? So that's kind of what I think. If you aren't yogi, you don't really have any reason to talk about it, I don't think. And to judge someone who's acting on the basis of yoga as not being in conformity with the principles, I'd hazard to say that it's a fallacy. So I would say don't agree, don't disagree, don't agree necessarily. I don't care one way or the other if you agree, but don't think you have the capacity to disagree uh, justifiably. Don't think your disagreement is justified because it isn't, because it implies that you have a greater authority on yoga than me. Go ahead and try to establish that. Like honestly, I'll give you the one you might actually get, which is physics, but Daryl Frost is defined as a layer of permafrost that doesn't ever thaw, also known as judgment frost. That's hilarious. I have enough content, go through a distillation process for maximum consumption by the masses. Okay, for what purpose though? What if it doesn't get the job done unless it's niche? That somehow there's an aspect of it that's being niche that it needs to not be mainstream. I'm not saying it can't be made more mainstream. It is just sort of self-occulted information, but like when you say that, it basically sounds like you're saying sell your product, maximum consumption by the masses, sell the product. I just don't think that I don't think that's really the product that is most valuable for me to quote sell. Excuse me. I think I'm in a much better position to help individuals, not the masses. That doesn't mean I can't have something that is uh, friendly to the masses. It's just a question of like, how relevant is philosophy to the masses? I think it could be super relevant, but at the present moment, like, not really. So why does church accept Doovid as a teacher? I accept qualified authority. There are domains in which that I would say Doovid has qualified authority to speak on. Does that mean I think he's the sole authority? Does that mean I think he's the supreme authority? Well, no, but I think I do give a shit about what he thinks. And there are certain subjects where I defer to what he said on the basis of him having said it and me not having an opinion one way or the other. And that's just how I roll. It's I suppose, an informational delegation strategy, and not everybody shares it as it involves trusting people. So I have no problem accepting the domains over which I consider Doovid authoritative. It doesn't offend me at all. I don't consider him like, you know, authoritative over every domain. I don't even know that that's a thing. I question your definition. I don't present my own. Well, that's the whole idea, is that you're basically committing the fallacy of a certain person to criticize without proffering a replacement. So if you were actually doing an internal critique of my system, you'd need to come with a replacement. But notice how that's really hard to do, to say, well, actually, this definition of consciousness blows, Jen. Use this one instead. That would be a lot of work and daunting. So, that's kind of part of my message here right now is like, there, not going to be that many people who can think well in an environment where thinking is discouraged to the extent that it is. People are way too quick to say no and then just start attacking, which is just, here's the question. Justify the Socratic method for me. Go ahead. Justify. Okay. All justification is circular. All right, so Arbane's sort asks, parallel lines are purely abstract. Well, you're into, well, what's the definition of abstract? If abstract is something that has no influence on materiality, then no, because parallel lines do influence materiality. Without us having so much to do with the concept of parallel lines, we probably wouldn't have invented computers. Like, I don't think that computers would be a thing if we hadn't had parallel lines central to our understanding of measurement for the last 2,000 years. So how, to me, that's like, how can they be purely abstract? But if they don't have a physical correspondence, which is basically what I'm saying in my theory, how can they not be abstract? So it's a bit tricky, sort of down to like what is meant by this, but it's not really useful for a beginner to think of parallel lines as anything other than something in math that is used to interpret something in physics that has no correspondence to physics. But the stuff in physics is not the only stuff that affects stuff because we're determined by consciousness. So what is the determinant is consciousness. So consciousness, that's all determined by beliefs. And if you believe in something that has no physical correspondence, well, guess what? There's consequences to that. So it's if you're thinking abstract as something with no causal powers, no, it's not that easy. Everything we talk about has some relevance to causality. Iron Cherry Tear says, I always want to be right. Uh, it's nice to be right. I think it's also nice to be wrong, honestly. If you've ever been really wrong, you can learn so much. So, like, I'm not saying to the to the point of like pursuing opportunities to be wrong, but there is a lot of truth to the concept of failing upwards. So, yeah, my goal is I want to be the best. Maybe it's unrealistic to be the best, but I'm going to try. There you go. Ender says parallel lines require a boundary, and a boundary is the third thing. So, well, a line is a boundary in a sense. So, a line is the line and then the negative space. So, to me, that's two things or one thing with one abstraction. I don't know how you want to put it, but parallel lines would be, two lines. So, I don't know that parallel lines require a boundary. I think measurement requires some type of a boundary. And so in terms of a false model, I don't think that that's a way to disprove the parallel lines. You basically just have to um, look at the physical evidence and ask yourself, is there any evidence of parallel lines being a thing? Ought I believe in parallel lines? And I can show you why I don't need to be convinced of it, but I have something I consider pretty convincing that I can show. Whoops. Yeah, it's just the picture of the sun. The newer images, like you can see these connected, I don't want to say torsion fields because I know nobody likes that word. To me, I think torsion field when I see it though. But to me, it's so convincing that like if there was actually straight lines in reality, then why don't I see any straight lines here? Any straight lines at all? It's extremely confusing. So let's see if I can pull this up. Dang it. All right, where am I here? I apparently can't stop sharing the wrong screen. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to just go over here and screen share. This seems to make it go a lot faster. So there's just a limit. Sun image. Here we go. And I'll show everyone what I am thinking of. And you can, make the decision yourself. But on the other end of it, there's no evidence for parallel line. So burden of proof is on the claimant. Narratives are the perspective one holds as to the nature of existence. You could say some hold narratives on the nature of existence. I don't know that everyone does. I think most can relate to a narrative about themselves, like a personal history, but does everybody really like spend their time thinking about that stuff? Or I don't think so. Some people do, and when they do, they tend to understand it through a narrative. So the question, I suppose, would become, is it possible to understand stuff not through a narrative? And that's kind of one of those open questions because everything is like what you're learning apart from narratives is dependently arising from all these other narratives. So it's like, well, is it just a tack on? And it's just good to have an open question like that. Maybe there's something that's beyond a narrative, but what is it? Ooh, is that even possible? Just whatever. What could be some indication that we are not in a simulated reality? Well, we just need a definition of simulation. You need a definition of simulation. This is the way I see it. Perhaps I'm just overly, comically naive here, but you need a definition. So if you don't think reality is a simulation, what you need is a airtight definition of the term simulation, and then to prove that it definitely can't represent reality, which is in philosophy what they call whatever entails a contradiction or whatever, but that actually meaning something. So I think you got to sort of confront the limitations of language to convey meaning at some point. This is as good a time as ever. Is that way to frame this insightfully? Is simulation what is the utility of referring to this reality as a simulation? And I would say if you can get a good definition of simulation, then it's quite insightful because it is accurate to describe reality as some type of simulation that is minimally deviated from a boundary, but not equal to that boundary. So we talked about it a little bit before in the essay that there's an excluded quantum state. So generally, though, you wouldn't want to look for evidence against a thesis because it's often like a fool's errand to try to disprove a negative or even to prove a negative. Like those things, it's not that they can't be done. It's just like, well, first of all, who's going to believe you? And second of all, you have to make presumptions every single level of conceptual abstraction. There's assumptions. You don't know how many are inheriting. Are anecdotes evidence? Yeah, when we're talking about evidence, it's usually it's like the context is pretty much that it's an anecdote. So if I say, well, here's some evidence, it's an anecdote of evidence. And so scientific evidence is an anecdote. And then to get to a scientific, I don't want to say conclusion, but to get past evidence, we need to somehow collate anecdotes. And that's where the induction problem comes in. And when I say induction, I'm not talking about, oh, how do we know tomorrow will be the same as today? That's not what I'm saying. It's fine if tomorrow's not the same as today. In my model, there's evolution, it's fine. But the induction problem is like, how do you tell if two models are equally complex, have different words, make all the same predictions, which one's better? Almost as many different opinions on science as there are scientists. Nope. Most scientists employ the shut the F up and calculate, which means they don't know anything about describing their own applied philosophy, which you could call an ontology. After all, that is what scientists do, it's what science is, or just paper pushers, right? Whatever. I don't know. Parallel lines require temporal space. No, they don't. You don't need space and time to construct geometry. Space and time are something we slap on geometry because it's convenient and there's a limit to the utility. And I'm saying beyond that utility, there's other stuff that helps helps you understand consciousness a lot more straightforwardly. A formal proof and objective as opposed to subjective proof. Right. So you got to know by now that I don't think it's possible for there to be something non-subjective, as I am a subject and I speak a language, a commoner's language, also subjective. Okay, if space is separate from matter, but it's a good comment. Like these are important things to think about because it's completely normal, natural to think that there's some connection between geometry and space time. That's something we impose, and sometimes it's justified, sometimes not. But it's good to know why we're doing things like that, because then if we need to change it, it's not like it's completely foreign process. We've done it once. We've got a precedent. If space is separate from matter, then space and matter are in different realities. Only if space and matter are the same stuff do they share reality. Yeah, so the hard part to visualize here is that distance is not equal to matter. Distance is emergent from matter, or technically space is emergent from matter, and no, it's actually space-time is emergent from matter. And so it's just this like nebulous matter stuff that actually doesn't possess any of those properties, but manifests them through interference. Jen has pages and pages of precise mathematical notation. She's just terrible at sharing it. Yeah, I wish that were true. I really wish that were true. You have no idea how much I wish that were true. I have tons of notes, but they're more just things that are helping me memorize concepts that I find super practical in regular conversations because I'm sort of stuck on the oral tradition, as it were, as an effective means of not just getting better at making the point, but also getting better at writing, which ultimately I have to do, and it's the hardest thing for me to do. So I'm obviously going to have to put a bunch of effort into that. Daryl asked for what is a proof in general is understood in science and logic and math and reasoning. Well, science doesn't really talk about proofs. In logic, there's different types of proofs. Not my domain of expertise. A math proof is something that is constructed from axioms that leads to a particular conclusion. And in reasoning, a proof would be something that compels other people to your conclusion. So space is not emptiness. Space and matter might be part of one thing, but they are not the same thing. Space has no boundary. Well, yeah, that's the problem. Boundaries are boundaries are a necessary condition for coherence, but there aren't any boundaries. So in the absolute sense, in the sense that our emotion pulls towards like this wanting to believe in realism, we're defining all these concepts through boundaries, and the extant realism doesn't have boundaries. And that's where you get that tension, existential tension of yearning for something the boundaries cannot give through the mechanism of boundary, but it's necessary. Iron sharpens iron, as it were. A proof is not a hypothesis. It has nothing to do with theories. It's just a proof. That's a matter of like, I don't want to say colloquialisms, but like jargon. You're gonna notice these things are a little different depending on where you go. Like even between physics departments, between universities, a little different. We don't want to get too hung up on, like, if you're so hung up on definitions, it sort of suggests you don't understand the concepts very well. Because there is a limit to how much a language can express. Don't be afraid of it. Embrace the limit and realize, oh, okay, instead of just explaining something with one vector, I have to use 3 vectors because it's like everything I'm explaining, I thought it was really simple, but it's actually really complicated. I had all this additional stuff I hadn't accounted for in the and I had to account for in the process of conveying an idea. Time goes by the same rate for everything, except for the whole Heisenberg uncertainty principle thing, right? And special relativity thing, right? And the whatever the simultaneity thing. Can parallel lines not touch each other and still be separate? Well, if things aren't touching each other, aren't they separate? So imagine if you have like a circle inside a circle. Those surfaces are parallel, but can they be said to be separate? You have to be careful with concepts like that because there's the concept in itself and then the concept applied to particular geometries. And a lot of times it's just all mashed up together. We got to take time to just separate to find the irreducibles. And it helps a whole heck of a lot later on when you're thinking these things through on a really deep level, as we are want to do around these here parts. Is stuff material? In my understanding, everything is mental, which means that material arises from mental processes. So the quantum periodic table is the mind or brain, if you want to be really crass, the mind of matter. So it's how material thinks. Yes, I am a Cancer. How do you judge a yogi's fit to be a yogi? You ideally don't judge the yogi. Only another yogi can really judge a yogi, and that wouldn't look the way you would think it would look. So you just have to have a bit of faith that we can recognize each other and it's not something you can fake. And it is a bit just sort of counter to the whole concept that a disagreement like that would be substantive. Though I, to some extent appreciate it when people tell me what it is that they don't understand, whether directly or indirectly. But the belief that someone is fit to pass judgment in the first place, that's the belief we want to question that belief. We want to be super skeptical about our capacity to judge. Because when life will put us in a situation where we have to make judgments, we want to make sure it's the best possible judgment, not a judgment I deceive myself into thinking was right or delusionally shielded myself from other sources of information to the point where I was convinced it was impossible for me to make an error. And it's not about inerrancy, it's about a capacity for you to offer um, meaningful feedback. So, what's meaningful is it helpful for you? Is there something you're not understanding? Is there some way I can explain it in a way that makes more sense? You're trying to undermine the premise of what I'm saying, which anytime that happens, I just sort of put it, well, it's an anecdotal evidence of you're in bad faith. I mean, some people are just incapable of any other way of communication because they're just too insecure to risk the exposure of being seen as less than, uh, you know, ultimately high on your own farts, armchair critic, asshole. Uh, Nothing can be separate. Andrew says nothing can be separate other than as an abstract idea. Everything in reality is always connected. Exactly. So that's, I think the best way to describe that is entanglement. So you start with entanglement, which is the best word. It's the best proxy to the concept of dependent arising. Say it's intrinsic in the wave form. And then from there, well, we don't even have to say it's intrinsic in the waveform. You can just say entanglement is intrinsic. And then everything is a model constructed on top of this naturally entangled system. And then you can compare different models that will decompose the entanglement according to pre-existing property sets or categories. And there's no supremely one best model. There's supremely best fit to purpose A, B, C, D, and so forth. Maybe parallel lines don't exist in reality, just like infinity, but they do in the Platonic abstract plane. See, notice how you use the term plane there? So we want to think of it on the level of like, what's a plane made out of? Well, it's made out of lines. Like, this isn't about what exists in reality. See, you're thinking of yourself here, reality over there. No, this is about what is actually possible to convey. What meaning can we convey? So, part of the reason math and physics are so important to me is because it's jam packed with meaning. And it's a lot harder to misapprehend the meaning. So, again, it's not about whether parallel lines exist or don't, it's what is their existence. You can say, well, the evidence compels the belief that they don't have a physical correspondence. That actually still doesn't mean they don't have causal powers because we're in a mental worldview. It's all about beliefs. What does it even mean for a belief to accord with reality? We can't even define that, so we have no reason to think that it does. So, yeah, good job going into the concepts, but ultimately, it's not about whether it exists or not. It's about why do we use it? Answer, we're talking about interpreting measurements with numbers, which turns out to be super useful. Not just because of the precision, but because it gives us this impression that we know what we're doing. Hi, Don. Thanks for dropping by. Nice to see you. Oh, it looks like Daryl believes that he doesn't have a belief system. How convenient. How's that belief working out for you, Daryl? Buddhists talk about emptiness, and that's valid, true, because reality is not made of stuff. Emptiness is, yeah, super interesting stuff. If that floats your boat, it definitely floats my boat. and I find stuff that I like is usually not very well liked by others, but by all means, try it out. It's very connected, in my opinion, to the concept of ether because there's models that sort of have empty forms vibrating, which you could argue are ether perturbations. So the chat's asking if I can get guests on to talk. Sure. I'm pretty open to it, but I just, I'd really like to plan in advance what we're going to talk about rather than just have it be free form because I'm kind of done with. I don't mind doing that with Doovid because he's on the ball, but just in general, I need a bit of planning. I'm gonna wish on a star tonight that Doovid stops being nice or starts being nice. Sorry. Yeah, it can be a little rough. However, um, nobody's perfect. Slash, it's an opportunity to become a master of the technique of non-judgment and non-attachment. Because Doovid could challenge our attachments to our previous beliefs, but then it's like, okay, just because someone made a point doesn't mean that it has to. I don't have to take it personally. Uh, it's good not to take other people's opinions personally. Because if you're stressed and suffering from what someone else is doing or saying, well, that's just completely unneeded. Skyworks asked what reality is really made of. I love that question. I don't really think we can actually get to the bottom of it, but I love questions that are that fundamental. Gerald doesn't use the word belief. My reasoning is not belief based on a belief or faith model. Yeah, everyone would like for that to be the case, but it takes a very long time to get to a point where you can invert your naturally arising beliefs. It's a bit silly to deny naturally arising beliefs on the basis of, oh, well, I just decided that I wasn't going to reason with presuppositions and that means it's true. It's like, it takes a while. And even a person who could do that would likely not assert that it's a possibility because their language is subjective concept to convey information in the first place. So it's not that I'm taking issue with the presuppositionlessness of it. It's just like that type of thing wouldn't be asserted because it's not credible. So I don't know why you'd assert something non-credible. It's mind-boggling. And so it sort of almost invites like a denial of the claim. I was surprised to learn recently that causality is still an unsolved problem in philosophy and physics. That's because of the induction. And again, I'm not talking about we don't know if things are going to be the same tomorrow as today. Like that's a straw man of what I mean when I say induction is we can't tell if one model is better than another necessarily. It's just how it is because there's a judgment where you're interpreting a model. It's not just about numbers line up with prediction. It's also a bunch of other things like are the assumptions in the math appropriate? Are the assumptions about the physics appropriate? Is it the simplest formula? And so on and so forth. So yeah, I'm happy that people are researching cosmology. I just, you know, and if that model works for you, great. I need something that I can actually crunch out the logic start to finish and know that every step basically understand every single step and the reasoning behind it. And so if there's something that needs to be changed, I can just go in it and change it. Pseudonym says to Daryl, I think you buried yourself a claim to be against someone's belief without accepting what it means to believe. Well, ultimately, these are all words, and what is the most important thing is intention. So if your intention is to agree with someone, you eventually will. If your intention is to disagree, you're going to disagree. So that's something called self actualization. And so it's fun to debate with people, but at the same time, like I'm not expecting to change necessarily people's mind or even the people are coming in good faith. I'm being asked if I check the comments on the videos. I don't really get that many, but I do see them. Under says all concepts are abstractions. Abstractions are second order reality, one could say. The map is not the territory. And then abstractions could have causal powers. So then the abstractions would actually become the first order of reality if they had the supreme causal powers, depending, again, on how you frame it. So it's extremely hard when you're in metaphysics because everything is an unknown. Well, at least when you're in philosophy, there's some fixed norms about stuff like epistemology. In metaphysics, it's just everything's floating. It's like, well, do we go with subject first? Object first? What's the most basic thing? Do we have a basic thing? Like, is there substance under every reality? What is the nature of causality and so on and so forth? So we can get super close and understand a whole bunch of stuff, but yeah, there's always going to be an opening for more knowledge. That's the nice thing about a soft limit. Skyworks says, I doubt the cosmos is a graph, although it may be possible to describe within a graph. Yeah, I think the issue is that math, as we currently understand it, is dualistic and reality is non dualistic. So it's unclear how you can go from dualism to non dualism. Because normally you go from non dualism to dualism. So you have non dualism is the default, and then you invoke dualism as you go in order to accomplish whatever it is you happen need to do. So definitely this map territory distinction is super important. So I want to drill down on this metaphor to make it perfect as can be, because it goes to the concept of a fractal and what it means for something to be compelling and how you can layer meaning through fractals and basically the aesthetics of concepts. A graph is just a model. I think of reality as Indra's net in Buddhist philosophy without the jewels. And then it's only a web of relations, emptiness. Interesting. When I think of Indra's net, I think of the different domains that I've studied and how they connect to each other and how there's no one domain that I study. There's just a bunch of domains that I study together to different extents. Yeah, I need a mug that says greatest scientist in the world. Yeah, so I could just go with it and just go on camera with the sunglasses and everything and the comically oversized mug. Yeah, that would be very hard. Alrighty, so have I ever been to a science conference or anything like that? I've been to several scientific and technical conferences, yes. Yeah, so the emptiness stuff is tough to reason. I would almost suggest starting with trying to get a basic idea of the dependent arising. And that's just like connected to symmetry. Try to notice symmetry. And then uh, formless symmetry, that's dependent arising. Excuse me. You're not going to get a sense of what formless symmetry is without studying symmetry. You got to go out and get an intuition for symmetry and then realize that there's a concept in between all the symmetries that you see that transcends those symmetries. And that's dependent arising. Now, emptiness is, I mean, I think it's pretty, you enjoy logic, then it's accessible. But in terms of, I really don't see the link between emptiness and dependent arising. Maybe someone can explain that to me, but to me, they're worlds apart. Because dependent arising, that's a bunch of stuff happening. Emptiness is all about nothing has anything inside it in the sense that that the mechanics of a system are dictated entirely by interference on the boundary. Daryl says space is not emptiness. Space is just the nothing that makes things be apart or separated by space. Space separates space? Okay, got to remember, probably a good idea just to stay away from any type of redundancy. Sometimes you got to do a bit of redundancy. That's important in self-reference. Coherent self-reference going to have a degree of redundancy, but this is just atrocious, Daryl. Think about what you just said. Space is the nothing that makes things be apart or separated by space. Space makes things separated by space? No. You could say space separates things. That's a little bit closer. But actually, things are separated energetically. Space is an observable. An observable is a result of an interaction. Only relationships, so physical objects such as atoms and molecules are made of only relations. Yes, so process relationalism, that's another thing for dependent arising. You can think of dependent arising as the limit of process relations. So how many, if dependence relations are the pimpage that we're cramming, the limit of that is dependent arising. The set of all sets, so to speak, of these dependencies. And it's also this property that is taken on, like when novelty is invoked, that it is also self-imbued by this natural structure of a dependent arising. And it's extremely appealing to think of it as a graph, but again, a graph has a boundary. Non-dualism means there's, in the space that we're actually interested in the domain we actually want to talk about, boundaries aren't a thing. Sure, boundaries are super important. But what we're looking at, which is this like abstract stuff, no. No boundaries there. So there's a question about nothing and something. And I think it's important to look out at the night sky for a while and ask, is this nothing or is this something? And what's the best way to describe what we're seeing? Well, there's so much more nothing than there is what we're arguing to be something, aka the stars, and we're saying they must be something because they're giving off light. But then is giving off light really sufficient condition of non-nothingness? And so there's a distinction, it's a very powerful distinction between what they call emptiness and actually like an energy. Because the form that the emptiness takes dictates the energetic transitions. Time goes by 1 second at a time, no matter what you are or where you are. Well, if that's true, it is pretty dang vacuous, but what about relativity? I mean, it would like seems that there is such a thing as the relativity of simultaneity. Like, this is not impossible to learn. The concept of special relativity is pretty much based off the Pythagorean theorem, with the additional axiom that the speed of light is unchanging regardless of the vehicle speed. So it's stuff like that that makes me think that he's just honestly trolling. But anyway, maybe he's just gone senile on us, haven't you, Daryl? Uh, is it true that your 1 second may not be the same as my 1 second? Yeah, I do think it's highly, highly likely that my experience of a second and yours are different due to us having different histories and different understandings and so forth. It is the nothing that separates things, and time is the nothing that separates events. Wow, that's deep. I guess someone picked up a Buddhism pamphlet on the weekend. Everyone. Sorry. Okay. Everything is mind. I think that's a valid view, not mind as the human intellect, but mind as the foundation of all reality. It's seems to come down to an aesthetic uh, divergence with this concept of intentionality. So I think it's like, well, if there's an intention, if there's design, there was an intention to design it. If there's an intention, then there was a subject. If there's a subject, then Sky Daddy. That's a fallacy. Not because it may not have some truth. It's just that it's a subjective fallacy. We don't want to say, well, just because I'm a subject, the universe must be a subject. Got to be careful for that kind of reasoning. It does tend to slip in. Can we pull this all together into one coherent theory? Yeah, sure. It's as far as I'm concerned, there's already a pretty coherent treatise of subjective of how the cogito mechanically operates. And as far as the rest is concerned, it's a reinterpretation of entropy, specifically thermodynamics, that does away with the concept of a rigid boundary between systems. So there's no more closed systems, and purely open system is undefined because you need a boundary to make measurements. And it's a question of like, well, how do I model boundaries such that my measurements minimally interfere with my system, aka my measurements are maximally meaningful? And so I just need to figure out a way to convey the theory so that people see that it has the capacity to convey maximally meaningful measurements. If I say matter comes from mind, where does mind come from? Mind is a something that is, it doesn't come from anything. It's where things come from. So there's two types of things. There's the things that come and then where they come from. And generally where things come from is pretty, at least in the ultimate sense, it's final. So I can give you an example. You have science, and I consider that a mechanistic interpretation of philosophy. And then I consider philosophy to be a secular interpretation of theology. Because in my understanding of theology, it's like logic to the core. So you just remove the theological aspects and you get philosophy. So if you want to go in recurse before theology, that's it. That's it. There's nothing prior to that because theology includes God, and God is definitionally our limit on that type of conceptualization. God alludes to the infinite, so to speak, that which there is nothing greater than in any way, like in any conceivable way. So the mind, and Tinkle, your question is interesting because matter doesn't really come from anywhere either. It's just sort of there. We're not interested in a supreme beginning per se. That comes later, more so like aesthetic trappings. What we're concerned with is the actual process of transformation of matter. And so our logic leads us to the conclusion that the mind is something that can exist in the absence of matter, but that it is impossible to find any instance of matter that is not ordered by mind. So that's basically just saying like we can't find elements outside the periodic table. So that's really all it's saying. It's about metaphysical primacy. You could say matter than mind or mind than matter. And even though it's weird to think of mind first for whatever reason at the beginning, oogly woogly, scary, we find that in spite of this initial sort of oddness, that it is conducive to coherence and insight. So, matter and mind, it's fine to think of them as uncreated, but if when we say that matter is emergent from mind, what we're saying is that mind can exist without matter. That is like vacuum is well defined. And if you think about it, vacuum is not just well defined, it's where tons of information comes from. If space is something, what it is? What can you measure of it? What is it? Is it a thing? What are its properties? Again, we got to drill down on an existential. We have to make sure we're defining existence the same way. And I know that seems like, oh, it's trivial. No. A lot of people appeal to a definition of existence that's actually more in line with a scientific theory. It's like something doesn't exist unless it's a model that makes predictions. Like, well, that's true if you're a scientific realist, but like intuitively, it's not that makes something, the thing. It's corresponds with reality. The real question is, well, how do we make sure that our senses correspond with reality? And that's where you stumble into the induction stuff. That it's all just opinions, and they're they're all unique and wonderful. But how does one differentiate? And my model allows properties to be things that don't exist intrinsically but arise as a process of measurement, aka observation. So a system, basically, the my system tells you where in the process of something coming into being does it get stuff like properties and substances and processes. And the idea here is that every single thing that's an action is derivative of the process of consciousness. Basically, all motion comes from consciousness. And so something like a substance can be defined process relationally, and a property as well. And those things connect to measurement limit. So there's a limit to how many properties there can be in a particular substance. Anders says everything's totally entangled at the most fundamental level, my current guess. Yeah. Let's just play with that for a second. If something is totally something, does it have any way to evolve? That's what's important, is we got to account for what we know to be true. And one thing we'd be pretty sure about is that vibration's intrinsic. We can't be, we don't, we can't really establish that there's anything vibrating, but we can establish tons of evidence that seems to point to intrinsic vibration. So we go with that. We assume that things like space-time properties are emergent from vibration. So not quite caused by vibration, but all these other things we're talking about are comprised of the process of vibration. How can things be entangled when it's all one and there's nothing? Well, this is why philosophy is a thing. We have attributes. So you can think of it like most of the universe is empty space, but it's not all empty space. So it's a bit of a fallacy to say that because most of the universe is empty space, therefore it's all empty space. And it can sort of steel man the opposition. Well, if it's entangled, shouldn't it be closer together? Think about that. So entangled is not about distance. Why? Because distance is emergent property of entanglement. With proximity, specifically energetic proximity, specifically co-rising of properties such that measuring one place makes the other instantly change. Sunflower wants to know, why do so many women hit on me? Some questions are just beyond what philosophy can really tell us. How could things be entangled when it's all one and there's nothing? Okay, no one said there's nothing. That's a straw man. The correct, more correct translation would be that emptiness is the persistent substance. Okay, so suck on that. How can things be entangled when it's all one? To me, that's the same thing. If all is one and we're subject to entanglement, like, to me, all is one is just a poetic rephrasing of we're subject to entanglement. Now, correct me if I'm wrong there, but that's what it seems to point to. Don't expect yourself to understand this right away, but leave the door open to understanding it because it's just a matter of practice. But you do need to practice a lot on what's called single point mindedness. You need to be able to hold a concept in your mind long enough to get a real sense of it, memorize it, and be able to recall it accurately and hopefully more clearly and faster all the time, better render speed all the time. Emptiness can also be called fullness, in my view, because everything is entangled into a whole new oneness. Full of what, though? So let's see here. I accidentally scrolled to the end again. Hmm. Oh, here we go. I am just having a really hard time with all these messages. Okay, here we go. Yeah, Daryl's rambling again about his wonderful command of physics. You measure space by how long it is, but it's still nothing. Wow. And I thought what I was saying was abstract. No such thing as empty. If there is nothing inside, then you accept that the inside is inside. Well, I guess another way to say it is that everything is just vibrating boundaries. So everything that exists is a vibrating boundary, and there's nothing inside it because its entire substance is its boundary. And a boundary is something that separates the inside from the outside. So the boundary doesn't actually touch the inside. No, I guess that would be empty. Dependent origination, I haven't grasped that yet, may be valid if they mean all is dependent on the one fundamental graph. It's really nice to see people like keeping more on topic in the chat. Thank you very much. It's hilarious that Daryl said way to grasp relativity when he just said something so dumb beforehand. Space inside the empty box is nothing with the property of a length. What you observe and measure of space is its length. Yes, that's actually wrong. It seems so right, doesn't it? But it's not. Don't actually measure the length of space. Length can be measured, volume can be measured, area can be measured, but there's a limit to simultaneous measurements in a particular quantum state. And this limit simulates the entire universe. Under says Einstein's relativity is suspicious. 1 second is always 1 second. But of course, there is psychological time, the way we experience the flow of time. Well, can somebody explain to me the relativity? What did I miss on the relativity of simultaneity? If it's now the case that 1 second is always 1 second, because I really didn't think that. Maybe I'm misunderstanding here, but I totally thought that relativity or the whatever it is, relativity of simultaneity precludes that. So someone's going to have to help me understand how it's now possible to have a second be always the same. And if it's defined based on universal primitives, okay. And I'm going to ask, what's the utility of that? Just go with the universal primitives of the indivisible space, time, mass, temperature, etc. Space is certainly not empty. I think it's pretty clear at this point that there's no one word, except consciousness, that's going to actually describe everything. Okay. So it's not about, again, let's try to not make the same mistake all the time here. Not about whether it's empty. It's about, is emptiness a good model? And it is not possible to speak on whether emptiness is a good model unless you actually understand the concept of emptiness. Very hard to understand this. Better to just be in a learner mindset the whole time without the presupposition of being able to judge. Because when you actually can make those appropriate, accurate judgments, it's wonderful. So you don't want to skip to the end. I don't want to skip steps and just be doggedly attached to the concept of being right all the time, or the idea that one's criticisms are all worthwhile. Isolated systems are only always an approximation, absolutely. And I'm not even talking about, I don't use isolated systems because I'm fine with axiomatizing dependent arising and then saying everything is just perturbations from a pure dependent arising. So the state to which everything is attracted is pure dependent arising, and through its own internal pressure of attraction creates some deviance, aka perturbation. And there's a range of deviance. And we call that dosha. 1 second on the ISS is shorter than 1 second on the surface of Earth, and 1 second in the center of Earth is longer. Okay, so, and Daryl says all is still 1 second. Okay, so yeah, again, we're in a definitional thing here. I'd really love it if we could stay away from the gravity time stuff, just for now. It would be nice if we could just keep it to the signal processing, and I can make sure that the uncertainty principle is understood. Because don't even play like Daryl, you understand what I'm saying with the uncertainty principle stuff. If you cramp space all the way down to a point, I think we'd find it quite cramped. Is it possible to do that? What would it mean to make a point physically? And my theory basically says that there's an anti-magnetism of a point. So if you try to create a point, the universe is going to say, no, screw you. I don't want to be a point. I want to be a distribution. Oh no, I've invoked intention. Ooh, faux pas. All right. So is an effect that is caused again, and cause and effect mentality, bro. That's dualism, bro. Andrew says Einstein's relativity says that time can flow differently. I have doubt about that. It will be interesting to see if Einstein's relativity will be falsified in the future. Well, I mean, I think time is extremely hard to understand, but we do have some intuitive experience of it, and it's pretty clear that it feels like it's passing faster sometimes and slower other times. That tells me what we are cognitively sympathetic to. Of all the things we're cognitively sympathetic to, time's actually not at the top of the list. Like, it's pretty close. But there's something like even more, and it's more along the lines of information. And that's the thing that actually causes like the effect of time, quote unquote, dilation. Like, I'm not saying that's what it is, but it feels like time's passing faster or slower based on information associated with the activity that you're doing. So it's maybe more accurate to say, like, okay, we're perceiving like a constant something of information. Don't worry so much about falsifying a model. Think about models in and of themselves as concepts with ranges of utility. And there's really no such thing as one model that's just like that one concept. That's just the concept to rule all concepts, is like, close to that. Through meta analysis, you can start to get an intuition that, yeah, there's some techniques that within a particular range work way better than others. But that's not the same as one concept to rule them all. Even though technically consciousness could do it, practically speaking, not coherent. So fun stuff. I'm really loving this convo. Any opportunity to go into these concepts in a less than superficial way, or more, wait, is it more or less than superficial? In a deep way is great. So yeah, it actually does take a bit of time, and I actually, one of the reasons I'm so appreciative of the philosophy community is that I actually needed a bit of an explanation as to why cause and effect wasn't an absolute. Because although it is an absolute in certain models of physics, it isn't absolutely absolute in the sense that, yeah, okay, it's not necessary because you could just have pure emergence. I mean, everything's happening at the same time, and there's no actual at the same time, again, time being abstract time, uh, everything happening in the same moment with no actual distinction in causality. And again, it's a question of, well, what's the utility of that? If something's completely incoherent, utility's not there. So it's a question more so, it's not more so coherence than utility, but coherence is a consideration that I've noticed gets overlooked quite a bit. Subsequent studies with large particle accelerators have now led us to understand that space is more like a piece of window glass than ideal Newtonian emptiness. I'm not sure what this is from, but I think it's pretty clear that something like c squared equals, I think it's 1 over this, the connection between the vacuum permeability of free space and the speed of light. It's definitely a connection. So the idea is that the properties like temperature and space and so forth was the ultimate origin of those properties, and answer emptiness, aka vacuum, aka we can derive stuff like the speed of light from properties that we've derived from emptiness, aka the vacuum. Now note, emptiness and vacuum are not exactly the same thing. Vacuum is like an incredibly flat, like nothing going on, sucked all the, metaphysical interestingness has been sucked right out of it. It's basically just a number. So they don't really interrelate, but vacuum is the most etheric concept in modern conceptualization of science other than volume. But yeah, it's going to take time, and I'm not saying I'm promoting an ether model. I just want the model that's the best. Ether has a lot of negative baggage associated with it, so I would certainly not point to that as a starting point. I would just say boundary vibration in a boundaryless universe. Yeah, the question is what's vibrating? Emptiness is vibrating. And if you don't like that, well, you can take a course in acceptance of, basic facts. So you can try to say that it's something that's not nothing that's vibrating, but you're going to end up with problems. So if you treat vibration as the primitive, that's it. That the fundamental substance is actually just vibration. Oh, but that's not a substance, it's a process. I know. Substances aren't a thing. We perceive them to be. We need to. That's because we're finite. It's all tied up with us making meaning from things. And that's why you need stuff that come in like Buddhism to say, well, actually, the substance you think is the thing that your, untrained mind is just presuming is there is actually empty of what you think it comprises. Excuse me, if that was a bit hard to follow. We do not call it this because it is taboo. Well, what can I say? Sometimes taboos are taboos for a reason. And then sometimes there's not a good enough reason for stuff to continue to be a taboo. The way I look at it is civilization has been undergoing a tremendous amount of growing pains. Like civilization's a teenager for the last, I don't know, little while. So basically connected to cities exploding, like population explosions. That's fast. We still need to grow up to match the complexity of culture. And the best teacher can't match experience for a lot of people. So there has to be a bit of experience like, oh God, this is terrible. And then it's like, oh yeah, okay, this thing can actually come in and fix everything. But now I know from experience it's actually terrible not to have spiritual guidance in life. And it's totally worth having it. Woohoo! Dumb, apply a monad and say it's true. Oh, okay. It is that easy. Oh, I never realized I could just define things to be true and then that would solve all my problems. Awesome. Fullness. It's all relations, a whole entangled web of only relations. That is so interesting because if we wanted to be dependent dependence relation realists, we could then argue actually it's emptiness is actually full of dependence relations. I think that's kind of what they're saying with the form is emptiness, emptiness is form, because that's actually pointing to something. It's not just like woo, it's not just woo mysticism. It's actually something that can be interpreted in the sense that the function of something is connected to its form. Yeah, so I'm not seeing too many more questions here in the chat, so I guess we'll probably wrap up soon. And really appreciate everyone's participation. This is so much fun for me. And yeah, if people want to talk to me on voice, they shouldn't feel shy to do so. Around doesn't have to be on YouTube. I know that. Well, maybe I'm overthinking it. Maybe people do want to come on YouTube, so I should give another chance to the StreamYard stuff. I just need to get some ideas about what makes sense to discuss on the show. Space is full of okay, where are we here? Space is full of vacuum energy, and I guess that's what Laughlin was referring to. People have been talking about this stuff since forever. Like I've read a lot of this stuff. I'm sure everyone else has too. It's great. Maybe now we could focus on the ideas and reasoning from first principles and not taking someone else's word for something, but seeing through our own experience why a particular conclusion was reached and how. That's what I would really like to see. And I think we're getting closer because the comments in the chat are a lot more on topic. I really appreciate that so much. Tinkle asks, if space is empty, then where did matter come from? Well, that's the idea, is that if it's empty, it's not, well, I think it's easy to think that if it's empty, it's not there. No, it's there, but the thing that's there is describable as empty. Think of a bubble. Is a bubble empty? Yes. Does that mean the bubble doesn't exist? No. It just means that the mechanics of the bubble is describable 100% by the surface of the bubble. We don't have to include that volume on the inside. That's what is meant by emptiness. It doesn't mean a lack of structure. It actually is saying that structure, you might as well just model structure as emptiness, is basically what it's saying. Like, don't add extra stuff on the inside of a machine, just say it's only boundary vibrations, because that's what reality is. And if your models mimic reality, then they will be least energy models, least action principle compliant, as it were. Space is full of vacuum energy. Yeah, so it's kind of, I'm glad that you're seeing that it, like, I'm not sure if it's the mutability of language, that there are doors in language open to playing tricks. And I guess I'm not really so much, I don't like mean tricks. I like playful tricks maybe. So maybe go with that. Like play the tricks that you wouldn't mind being played on you. Uh, Trick karma kind of thing. Depression is a bummer and can be all consuming, great to break out of. A virtual reality created by a computer is a useful analogy. I think virtual reality is only made of ones and zeros. Oh, Daryl's back to space isn't empty. It's just nothing but the distance between things. Have you been like studying poetry or something, Daryl? Buddhism has a false view of time, says Anders. Um, there's different schools, and we sort of have to be careful because, like, translations, they may be partially good, partially not so good. Like, I really think you have to understand something to be able to do it justice in a translation. And there's a question as to how much of that stuff is understood by the translators and how do you really verify it. So there's a big question mark. And a scriptural precedent doesn't mean you have to agree with it. There's scripture that's there. There's certain concepts that are fundamental, like ahimsa. But then there's tons of room to have opinions and disagree meaningfully on things. So thanks everyone for tuning in. It's been a great show. looking forward to reading the comments and continuing on. Not next week, but week after. I'll try to do something in the meantime. Hopefully, I'll receive my book that I can do a reading from and maybe have